I was going through some old boxes recently and I found a diary that I kept right after I was born. Day one, tired from the move. Day two, why do they all talk to me like I'm an idiot? If a mute kid swears, should his mother wash his hands with soap? If a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to see it, do the other trees make fun of it? My nephew has HD ADHD, high definition attention deficit disorder. He can barely pay attention to anything, but when he does, it's unbelievably clear. I went to the worst auto mechanic ever recently. He couldn't repair my brakes, so instead he made my horn louder. And imagine how weird phones would look if your mouth was nowhere near your ears. These are just some thoughts I wanted to share. My name is KJ Osborne, and I want to welcome you, yes, you, even you, to the show. Come on in, don't be scared. There's plenty of room, but get in early because it fills up after a while. Thank you guys for being here for another edition of KJ's What Happened. Truly appreciate you. Good to see you, Tamara, always. Hope you're doing well. And all of you, hope you guys had a great week. Hope you had a good start to your weekend with me last night. We did a live show here on KJ's What Happened about demonic encounters increasing. So I hope you had a chance to join us for that. If not, please check it out later. And as for news on my new videos, I got 2 videos coming, guys. So tomorrow I got 1 video coming up, and then the next one will be up this week before Sunday. It'll be up either Thursday or Friday. So keep your peepers peeled. Thanks, L. Ivy. The one video tomorrow has to do with shapeshifters and black goo, and then the one later this week has to do with the FIFA opening ceremony. All right? So it's going to be a busy weekend. And then, of course, I got the Uncensored Show Rumble Monday, 2 p.m. Central Standard under KJ Osborne, OZBORNE. Another show that I think's important, and I always hope you guys get a chance to check it out later, if not live. And that's it, you guys. Middle of June. Time speeding by, man. 4th of July just a few weeks away. It's so crazy, isn't it? But I say good. Let's get this brutal summer done. Hadn't been, I mean, it could be worse, you know, but it's pretty sticky out here. The 90s. It's what we're getting used to out here right now. But of course, as you know, America's under a heat dome is what they call it now. I never heard of a heat dome till about 5 years ago. It was during the so-called Biden administration when our weather just took a sharp right turn and started getting weird, really weird, and super hot. But of course, they, create this, and then they blame CC 33, the change of climate, so they can bring in all kinds of authoritarian BS. We get it. Anyway, man, all that being said, let's go ahead and jump in. There is plenty to get into today. And once again, I appreciate you being here. Nice to have you here. The movie Disclosure Day just came out this weekend. I mean, I was finding symbols. I was finding messages just in the commercial. I showed that in a video a while back. I'm sure I'll watch this, and if I find anything of interest, I'll put it out. But I just think it's a part of a psyop that's happening right now because also of interest, guess what happened on the day that Disclosure Day came out, which was, I think, yesterday, right? The Trump administration released the 3rd batch of UFO files. You think that's just a coincidence? So they released the 3rd batch of UFO files the government did on the same day that Disclosure Day came out. Tennessee exorcist says that Spielberg alien film could be cursed. Yeah. Mark Lohr's robots make 500 burrito bowls an hour. A human can only make 45. I guess Mark Lohr is a restaurant. Oh, it's an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur Mark Lohr is showcasing breakthrough automation in the restaurant industry with an infinite bowl making machine. So there's several jobs taken away. Capable of producing up to 500 personalized salads, Tex-Mex, and poke bowls every hour dramatically outpacing human workers. The technology acquired by Laura's food tech company Wonder from salad chain Sweetgreen spins bowls on a turntable as precise ingredients drop in according to online orders. This results in perfectly customized meals with no errors, ensuring customers receive exactly what they ordered down to personalized macro tracking. I mean, it sounds great, but I always feel bad for the humans that aren't going to have those jobs, immediately. It's like, well, there goes those jobs. College students are rapidly losing the ability to read. Yeah, I mean, we see a lot of it from Gen Z. They can't read analog time. They can't read cursive. They can't spell in a lot of cases, can barely read. I've done I've done shows on this and shown you so many examples of what's happening with the young generations, unfortunately. But the dumbing down process of the B system is in full, full rotation, and you can see it happening with a lot of these youngins, unfortunately. College freshmen are arriving on campuses increasingly unprepared for the basic demands of higher education, with many unable to complete even modest reading assignments. We covered a similar story a few weeks ago on this, where they're saying they're going to start a basic education like tests before you can even go to college, just to make sure they can just cover the basics. 2 + 2 is 4, But then Common Core says it different, or it'll get there, but it takes like 5 moves to get to that. Ford and GM want to make it harder for you to fix your own vehicle. Planned obsolescence. According to a report from GM Authority, Donald Trump revealed that executives from Ford and General Motors urged him to support a bill limiting Americans' ability to repair their own vehicles. The surprising disclosure came during an Oval Office event on June 4th focused on coal-fired power plant upgrades, where Trump pivoted to discuss a recent meeting with auto industry leaders. Trump described the gathering, which included reps from GM, Ford, and Penske, as one where the automakers advocated for new restrictions. He expressed his own astonishment at the request. So I told them I had never heard of such a thing, Trump recounted, framing the proposal as something he found unusual. Good. There you go. Trump, stop it. Stop them. I got a Ford. What do you have? Driverless trucks are here, and they're delivering bags of Doritos. I was showing you guys videos like 3 years ago of Elon Musk's driverless trucks that were in production. This is a long time ago. Well, a few years ago. So, we kind of knew this was coming anyway, and again, it's just more jobs lost. Sorry, humans. But they're planning for the post-human existence. They know what's coming. PepsiCo has rolled out a significant fleet of autonomous trucks, marking a major milestone in the adoption of driverless technology for commercial goods transport in the U.S. In Phoenix, a 26,000-pound box truck, oh boy, loaded with Doritos and other Frito-Lay garbage products, departs a distribution center for a nearby Walmart, navigating public roads without a driver at the wheel. PepsiCo is operating 35 such driverless trucks in Arizona, with 5 more in Texas and 1 in Arkansas. But it's the future, y'all, whether you like it or not. Don't worry, they'll put you on a universal basic income. Project Blue data center used over 500,000 gallons of drought-stricken Tucson water in 1 month. This stuff's getting crazy with these data centers, and they don't even really need the water. I've shown you that. If not, I think I've got a video actually today. I do. I think I got one today about that, about a guy that used to build data centers and what he's saying. Here it is. Pentagon released the 3rd batch of declassified UFO files. So here's some of the footage they put out there. Guess there's no audio. Okay, cool. An orb. We've seen way cooler. But all right. I mean, that's like their traditional way they travel. There's some more orbs. Some red ones just floating by. All right. What else we got up in here? We got this thing. I mean, nothing too crazy. I think I haven't looked through all of them. That was just 3 of them. There's a bunch, but I'll have to take a look to see what we got. But see, the reason we're so spoiled is because we've been watching Mavi UFO Alarm for years. now he's changed his name to Maveen Bula. So he's always changing his name. I don't know why. But I really love and respect his channel because it's really one of the best out there as far as capturing all this footage. And they've got a really cool one here because you know what we haven't seen in a while? I know, the flying humanoids. You know, any chance I get, I'll show you a flying humanoid. But no, man, this is even better. The berserkers are back, or the dementors are back. The squid-like creatures, the squid-like, UFO, if you will. People have been filming for years. We've seen it here many times. This is over New York, Broslin, New York. Watch closely. There's two. Tentacles or whatever just floating behind them. Good capture though. People have recorded these things from airplanes, so they go real high. Did you see them both though? Crazy, huh? No, it's not a kite. Those things are freaking real high up. It's amazing. You can make out their tentacles. Look at that. Just free flowing, man. Somebody in chat says straight out of the Matrix. It really is. Like those Matrix monsters. Kept an eye on the human batteries. Man, that one up top. It's got some long strands underneath it. And I'm glad this person filmed it for a long time. So the other one's getting lost behind a cloud down there a little. I still see it. And there's the other one up top with that long tentacles. Whatever those are. The other one's just cruising through a cloud. Look at that, how far away it is. So again, all right, again, for people who, hey, that's a kite. Hey, boomer, that's a kite. How many times have I heard dumb stuff like that? Open your eyes, pay attention. Okay, it's not a kite. It's not a kite. These are real entities. Some people think that maybe CERN brought those things in. So they've been recorded now. What I've been watching for probably 5-6 years. Been seeing them out there. Devin Larat says one of his friends was possessed by a demon while serving in Iraq. I think I meant to play this one last night, actually, but we'll go and play it now.
Interesting story that I'm in any way kind of close to is from that region of the world, and this is a whole nother can of worms, but it's so weird. It's demonic possession. We had a guy. I worked with him very closely. For a super smart guy, great guy, awesome dude, awesome soldier. And yeah, he got possessed by a demon. He started speaking in tongues. He knew everything about everybody. He could speak different languages. He knew everything about everybody's life. He knew all their sins.
What?
He knew all the sins people did, even from their childhood.
What?
He got taken to the medical system before they knew it. He was out of the medical system, and he was with the padre, the priest that comes along on some military missions. They did a what do you call that when you cleanse the demon from what do you call
Exorcism.
That? They did an exorcism. They sent him back to Canada. He's now watched by the church. He has to go and check in with the church every week. I don't know what to tell you, Joe. There's a lot I don't know, but yeah. And the crazy thing is the priest who did the exorcism said he knew the demon. He'd already he'd already done the exorcism like 3 or 4 times
On different people.
Yeah, that demon was like popping in and out of guys. Yeah. So look, Joe, I don't know what's going on in the world. I'm an arm wrestler. Okay.
But this guy knew things about you?
No, I wasn't on the tour, but the unit's very small. Okay, all the guys who were there, I have very close personal relationships with, and there's no reason for me not to trust them. And this is and the guy who had it done to him, I'm very close with. Like he comes over he was my stall partner. Okay, and I see him all
When
the
you
time.
say had it done to the guy who was possessed,
Yes.
you knew him.
I know him very well.
And what did he say about it?
Yeah, he doesn't like it very much. Yeah, it scared him a lot. Yeah.
Does he recall being able to speak different languages?
Yeah, he can remember it. Yeah, he can remember.
But he can't speak those languages
Can't
anymore.
speak those languages. No, it was like he was aware of everything happening, but he was a visitor. He was like there for the ride.
Whoa.
Yeah. Apparently, when it started, he was freezing. He was locking up, and then he was locking, and then he started speaking in tongues, and then he was like fully. Joe, it's weird stuff out there, man. There's a lot of things that we don't understand, right? And I don't know what to tell you. It wasn't me, but I trust the story because I know the people. I know them very. I could hook you up with them. You want to talk to them? Tell you.
I'm nervous.
Tell you all about it.
I don't think I would.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a trip. But we've seen that even last night. We saw some of it where people would be dealing with someone who's possessed, and that possessed person knew all about their life. So again, it's that these things are ancient. They're super smart. Been around forever. Don't eat. Don't sleep. And they have one goal, and they're assigned to us. And they have one goal: to do what the devil wants, to steal you, kill you, or destroy you. That's it. And just a constant focus on you. So another huge reason why you must be saved in these days. Make sure you're saved and sealed by that precious blood of Jesus Christ. Nothing can take that away. Nobody will steal you away. Make sure you've accepted his free gift of salvation, man. Be filled with the Holy Spirit, and then armor up. Because it's getting hot out here. There's a real war taking place, man. Rogan and Devin Larratt discuss the story of the Kandahar giant. All right, let's check this out. This guy apparently witnessed something personally out there. Let's see what he says.
Heard of the legend of
Yes.
the Kandahar giant.
Of course.
Yeah. What did you hear? When did you hear?
Well, I've seen. Okay. There's some freaks out there, man. There's some freaks. So yeah, I mean, I've seen the YouTube video. I've heard about it from other people, but legit. Okay. Hard for me because I was far away. Okay, I was probably about 200 meters away. We were doing a mobility exercise. Okay, I hate mobility. Okay, mobility was my least favorite op. Mobility, basically, you get in a bunch of trucks and you kind of roll out and you kind of look for a fight. Okay, so we were doing like a 2-week mobility in this region, kind of north of the Panjway. I don't remember exactly what it was called. It was this surrounded by mountains, this big valley. And we were rolling around, and so there was a village that we were going to check out. And I'm like a gunner, okay? So I don't know everything that's going on. I'm a dude on a machine gun, okay? But I can see everything that's happening. I kind of know what we're doing. But I know that there's a meeting. And what they have is they have these warlords. It's not the same kind of political system or anything that we have in like North America. Kind of the baddest dude in the region becomes in charge. Okay. So we were meeting with one of the local warlords. And so the town was like 500 meters away. They drove out from the town about 500 meters, and we had our trucks about 200 meters from the meeting point. our officer and a couple dudes went forward, and we're looking. This guy, I mean, he was maybe twice as big. He was huge. He was a massive dude.
Like how big?
I think he was 8 feet. I think he was 8 foot something. And it's embarrassing. It's like, Devin, you're crazy? And he's big.
And he was 200 meters away.
He's about 200 meters away, but I can see the guys. We got optics. Our officer was probably somewhere between at the bottom of his chest. Great big Afghan dude, big beard, big dude. And his lackeys around him were normal size. Great big warlord. So they're out there. There's big people. There's big.
8 feet is nuts.
I have personally seen people who were probably over 8 feet.
What?
Yeah.
In Afghanistan?
No. I saw these guys up northern Canada, Cree. I was up in Ojibugamo, okay, this Cree village. I remember walking up. I'm there for arm wrestling. We're having an arm wrestling tournament, and I'm looking up. We're walking up the stairs in this hockey arena, and this dude, I'm like, that's a really big dude. And by the time I got there, I was about and I'm like 6'5". I was about at his nipple. Okay?
What?
Yeah, big hands, big long hands, like out of the Goonies, like misshapen face. I'm like, my God. I'm like, how big are you? He's like, just laughed at me, and he's like, my dad's 8'11". He's like,
what?
Yeah, big.
My dad's 8'11".
I'm telling you, there's big people, and people don't know about them. Guinness doesn't know about them. They live up in the woods. There's big people out there, and not
What
all
is
of
that
them.
guy, Jamie?
From that region, apparently. I don't know how to say that. Edouard Beaupre.
So there's just
Cree.
giants that live in that
8'3",
region?
yeah.
8'3".
The Cree are very big people, and the thing is when they get to eat what they're supposed to eat, the problem is so many of them eat junk now, right? Because they grow up on the.
367 pounds, maybe? Or 367, sorry.
They
8
grow
foot
up.
2.5, 367 pounds. Age 33.
33.
Whoa.
Yeah, I forget the name of these brothers, but there's a bunch of them.
That's really crazy. It kind of reminded me of there's a video I showed you guys a few weeks ago. It's an internet classic. It's been around for years, long before AI. Always got to throw that in there now. And it took place, was it Afghanistan? I mean, some Middle Eastern place, I believe, because of the police that were there. But there was 2 police trying to stop a man from leaving a gas station on his motorcycle. And that guy was a giant, like he's saying, 8 foot, 9 foot tall. Clearly, like huge, much bigger than these 2 police officers who look like average-sized men. But he was just tossing them around like rag dolls. You know, they were trying everything they could to stop him, and they just couldn't. Remember that video? The giant on the motorcycle. Dave's Killer Bread became extremely popular. It's America's #1 organic brand, and it's now a $1 billion brand. It's so popular because it was healthy. Unfortunately, the ingredients have drastically changed after being bought out by the parent company of Nature's Own. And that happens over and over again, man. You'll get people who develop really great products, really great food, whatever it is, food in this case, and they get bought out, man. They'll get bought up by like a BlackRock or one of these just nasty, straight up evil corporations that just want money. They don't care about the people at all. And then they poison their food, you know. So they've got like several years of people putting faith into this company, and then they can come in and buy it out, completely change everything around. They don't make any major announcements, and they can keep living off of that good grace they've had from the people until people start finally figuring it out and saying, wait, what? Because I showed you a clip maybe a month ago of a lady had Dave's Killer Bread, and there were wood chips in it, apparently, from what it looked like, right? Very strange. I used to get this too. I haven't got it. Now I get all my bread from Braum's, Braums. I love it. It's like a burger place, but they also have little grocery stores attached to them. And it's all like, you know, Braum's is that's like a company that's out here in Oklahoma. You know, it's like they got a lot of farmland out here and a lot of production. It's like I think they are originally from Oklahoma, and we've extended. I don't know if they've gone down to Texas or not, but Braum's, man, really good quality, you know, food, fast food type stuff. But man, their restaurants, they're freaking restaurants. They're a grocery store. Awesome food. You know, you can look at the ingredients. Most of it, it's the way it should be. Just not that many ingredients. You know, it's just not poison. Their meat's good. Their milk is like the best I've ever had. Never even a huge milk drinker till I had theirs. Now I'm drinking milk all the time. Anyway, enough about my eating habits. Let's check this out.
You guys, this is Dave's Killer Bread, okay? I've been eating this for a while. It only had 5 ingredients in it, but now it has a whole paragraph of ingredients. I found out they were bought by Nature's Own. Well, I did the same test to this bread as I did to the Nature's Own, the wheat bread, where you fill the bread up with water and it doesn't break. Okay, bread should tear. It should, after 3 days. After 3 days, bread should mold, right? It can retain water like a sponge. Look at no water coming out of it at all. Squeeze the bread and wring it out, right? Voila! Again, this is Dave's bread. It used to have only 5 ingredients in it. Dave's Killer Bread. Look at that now. Bread does not need 25, 30, 40 ingredients in it unless you want it to last over 45 days and be held together under tight situations like well, you just saw that. It'll float in a lake.
Yeah, that's too bad, man. It's like that's one of the tough things sometimes about doing these shows all these years is you almost learn too much. And, you know, I cook all the time. I just cook my own food. Haven't been going to any fast food or anything like that or restaurants. Like, because like all those prices out there, as you know, really like they're just crazy now. And the food quality is going down. The size of the food's going down. It's like, so I just don't care about it. And I love cooking anyway. I just made some lasagna yesterday and ate it after the show. It was awesome, man. It's how you do it. I started off making a manicotti, but then my noodles kept splitting, so I just pulled them all open and made it a lasagna. Packed on the ricotta cheese, everything else. Love it. It's the way you do it. It's cheaper. Just cook. Are portals taking little ones? Anytime I hear about portals out in the woods, I always think of that video that L.A. Marzulli put up from a hiker. He sent it into L.A. Marzulli, who had a GoPro cam on the back of his backpack. He was walking through the woods somewhere, and it captured a portal opening up with what looked like a Sasquatch-type creature inside of it, almost stepping out before he, I guess, turned and went another way on the trail or something. You guys remember that? This is one of the wildest videos. But I really liked it because it fills in some gaps for us. Because there's so many stories like David Paulides, you know, has done a long-running series about people disappearing out in the woods. But so many times in these stories, the people just literally like disappear within seconds. It's like a mom and dad will be there with a kid. Mom and dad turn around to pick something up. They turn back around, the child's gone. You know, that's a very common story we get from David Paulides. It's like how quick these people can disappear. Maybe that's what it is. You know, the portal just opens up, whoosh, grabs the kid. It's probably how it sounds too.
Water spirits will bring death to their waters. So drownings, floods, boating accidents, bizarre car accidents that end up in water. These are water gods bringing death to the waters. When I was in Boteville, South Africa, we were doing some reconnaissance and the Lord led me to a portal that was there, and it was on the bank of the river. And the river, false river. And what would happen is children would be lured to this water. And it looks tame on the surface, but there is an undercurrent that pulled children in, and they would go into the water and never return. And the Lord showed me the portal literally is sucking these children into the water kingdom under the earth. And there were aquifers that were connected to other regions in the world. We have to understand that these water gods, they will draw death to their waters. We want to decree God's word over the waters. I've done this before where we write scripture, like the reference of scripture, like 2 Corinthians 10:5, on a rock, and you throw it in the water. Now, one of the reasons we do that, first of all, most importantly, is Isaiah 55:10 and 11, that talks about the word of God will not return void. So when we're depositing it into the water, we know that it's not going to return void. But then we also know from Masaru Emoto's research on water molecules. Are you familiar with that? Mm-hmm. Okay, so he looked at the impact of positive messages and negative messages on water molecules. So he wrote on strips of paper words, and he taped them to a water bottle. And then he examined the crystallized form of the water molecule under a microscope. And what he discovered is that the water molecules change based on the message they receive. So words like hatred or you fool form these ugly, chaotic water crystals, whereas words like love and beautiful or gratitude form these beautifully perfect water crystals. Mm. Now, water can't read, right? But the frequency coming from the written words changed the water molecules. And this demonstrates that blessings, what comes out of our mouth, we have the power in our tongue for death or life. So when we speak a blessing, it has the power to bring forth beauty, to heal. When we speak a curse, it has the power to destroy. So when we are writing scripture on rocks and depositing in the water, we are healing the waters. We are defeating the water spirits and their powers by inserting the word of God.
That's deep. Love it. It's from the, is it the Confessionals? Let me see. Yeah, man, this is a cool, they have a YouTube channel also, but really cool channel. It covers some really interesting topics all the time. When this happens, you know you're gaining traction. Keep it up. Let's see what this here is all about.
Any intention of harming?
Oh, looks like he's got some visitors at his door. Oh, boy. What's this for?
No. Any intention of harming Bill Gates? No. Good to go.
Any intention of harming Bill Gates, he said.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
That's
what
it.
The heck is, dude, this is crazy.
No,
I'm just letting you guys know. I love you guys, right? But you guys got to remember that we are basically at a point in our country where we don't know who's here to help us and who's not here to help us anymore. So I do this because I see it as our future children are gonna basically need help. You know what I mean? They're not gonna have the option of an American dream and like the next 2 generations. You know what I mean? You guys are well set. You guys got your houses for cheap. You know what I mean? You guys are all set. Our generation, they're screwed. And what's going on right now? Everything's getting more expensive. Your gas. Everything. You got your gas, you got your groceries, you got housing, you got everything just continuously going up, and these people's days aren't getting any better.
Right, how old are you? 29?
29.
30
I know you are.
I am in your generation.
I know.
I don't own
the generation. Exactly. My point exact. Why is that? Because the people in power are fucking us. You can't tell me I'm wrong here, but what I see it as is they're sending you guys out as their dogs to do their dirty work, so people that, like myself, who were upset with the government and everything around, not even just the government, banking, pharmaceutical, Hollywood, everything, pushing friggin' OnlyFans on children and everything. Yeah, I'm sick of it. And it's all being pushed by our government and allowed by our government. So us being upset at our government isn't a bad thing, and it's our First Amendment right.
Right. I like this guy. Seem to know what he's talking about. They ran into the wrong, I don't know, millennial, or was he a Gen Z? He sounded young. Crap. Forgot I got to sign in here. Let me see. I want to share something real quick with you. It's from my morning readings. I want to share Hebrews 6. For some reason I set this aside. Oh, yeah. I just loved it. But anyway, check this out from Hebrews 6. It's impossible for those who have once been enlightened, who have tasted the heavenly gift, who have shared in the Holy Spirit, who have tasted the goodness of the Word of God and the powers of the coming age, and who have fallen away, to be brought back to repentance. That's a scary one. People ask, "Oh, yeah, how can you totally, lose your salvation?" It's impossible for those who have once been enlightened, who have tasted the heavenly gift, who've shared in the Holy Spirit, who've tasted the goodness of the Word of God and the powers of the coming age, and who have fallen away. It's impossible for those who have fallen away to be brought back to repentance. To their loss, they're crucifying the Son of God all over again and subjecting him to public disgrace. Land that drinks in the rain often falling on it and that produces a crop useful to those for whom it is farmed receives the blessing of God. But land that produces thorns and thistles, like tares, is worthless and is in danger of being cursed. In the end, it will be burned. God is not unjust. He will not forget your work and the love you have shown him as you have helped his people and continue to help them. We want each of you to show the same diligence to the very end so that what you hope for may be fully realized. We do not want you to become lazy, but to imitate those who through faith and patience inherit what's been promised. That's it. I think every show I might just drop in like a little page like that for my morning readings and just share with y'all a little something if that's okay. He-Man causes demon worship, deception of a generation. This is pretty wild. Here's an old school video against He-Man, like the animation. And this was from Found Footage Fest, a YouTube channel I just found this week, and I got some interesting stuff. But I thought this is a fun little flashback. Let's check this out.
When do you feel this blatant turn towards the occult and witchcraft really took on its momentum?
Well, there's a cartoon called He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Now, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe really broke the ground on this cartoon occultism.
We're going to play a little segment here showing the transformation of He-Man.
What you just seen is He-Man being transformed. In fact, his name is Adam.
Yeah.
First man.
Interesting.
Until he's transformed, and then he becomes He-Man, the most powerful man in the universe, by lifting his sword in the air and yelling by the power of Grayskull. Now, to understand this, we have to understand what Grayskull is. It is a castle built by unknown hands in the shape of the skull, and there's a demon spirit living within it that manifests in the shape of a skull. And so our good character is empowered by occultic demon spirits. In fact, I was talking to one lady, and I've heard a number of experiences like this, but she said, my little boy was in the back seat of the car, and a radio preacher came on and said, our Lord God, the master of the universe. And her boy jumped from the back seat of the car and said, Mommy, God isn't master of the universe, He-Man is. Running around in circles saying, He-Man has more power than Jesus. He-Man has more power than Jesus. This is Tila, and this young lady is involved in witchcraft, and you'll notice that she's a very voluptuous-looking thing, and they wear very tightly clad clothes and sometimes even negligee type things on the show.
So there's a sensuality about the toys also.
Yes.
There's several faces, the many faces in this little toy, which change, but, you know, you can become a skeleton creature, and we could go around to the different faces. And this has got to have some kind of a message to the children.
Oh, definitely. It says you can be demon-possessed and still be good.
And Skeletor is this ugly-looking skeletal creature with a staff in his hand. Now, what's that staff that he's got in his hand?
The staff is a ram's head staff. Now, the ram's head is a very occultic symbol. It's boiled in cauldrons. It's used in different occult practices.
Of course, we know that the goat's head, the ram's head, represents Satan anyway in the occult. So little boys are really being programmed to evil. Could we talk about Snake Mountain for
Sure,
just a minute?
let's take a look at it.
It's got an interesting little feature here. I'm going to turn it on. It can actually transform your voice from your regular voice to that of an occultic hero. Is that correct? So let's get a Skeletor type of voice. Let me turn this on here. I think I'm getting it too loud. Skeletor, the master of the universe.
Interesting. Yeah, I like those old school. The world calls it, you know, the satanic panic of the 80s. And that was like with the Memphis 3, all that stuff. It was the Memphis 3, right? And there was a whole thing there. I did a video a while back on that guy, on Anton. He was one of the, I guess he was the lead of that gang, and they said that these 3 young boys took 2 younger boys out in the woods and, you know, took them out, if you know what I mean, in really brutal fashion. You might remember that. But there was a whole bunch of, like, you know, big time, like, you know, Christian documentaries and editorials about, you know, like what we just saw, like He-Man and all the other things. So, and the people laugh at it, but man, no. And these people were like, they were aware of these things back then, trying to tell people. And of course, most people in the quote church don't listen to that. They don't want to. It's like they think it's all evil. You're focusing too much on the devil, and stuff like that, right? But I like those old school vids. A teen mob shut down a Catholic church's family festival and forced its cancellation after 11 arrests. Oh, I guess that's what happened. Fun Fest, it was called. That doesn't look very fun. Fun Fest. But now this has been a new thing that's been going on. Well, it's been going on for years, but it's becoming a real big issue. Is all these huge numbers of teenagers through social media. They'll talk about meeting up at whatever event it is or whatever. They all meet up. All these kids will show up, and then they just wreck the place, steal stuff, destroy things, get into fights. The whole thing, right? Chaos in these days. This lady says, I've raised horses for 30 years in Ohio, and I've never seen ticks like this. Check this out.
Kid you not, we've had to spend like over $100 in the last 5 minutes because I can't take the tick situation anymore. The tick situation in this state. There are ticks everywhere. In 30 years, 20 some years of having horses, I've never had to deal with these many ticks. I'm pulling off ticks of his body, cleaning him up. I did that the last few days. Today I just had to put more medication on him. Poor thing, he's got like meds everywhere. Look at poor thing. Oh my God. I'm sorry, buddy. I know. We're gonna go outside.
Aw, I love horses. Do any of you have a horse? That'd be cool. It'd be cool to have a horse as a pet. They're just very emotionally intelligent, right? I mean, there's something about them. A Texas man finds, oh, here it is. Remember this? I had to go back and remove this. I put this little clip in at the end of my last video of that tree hovering up there. The thing is I had to chastise somebody in chat because right after I put it, within a few hours of uploading the video, somebody was like, this is a hoax. It's been all over the internet forever. And it's like, no, this was just posted like 24 hours before I made the video. So it was a new video. I asked them not to do stuff like that. But then, guess what? It turns out this freaking dork right here actually did set the whole thing up. I don't see where it is. I thought this was the one, but there's a video out if you want to go find it. I mean, dude's got a crane, all this stuff. He made this really elaborate setup to do this, and it pisses me off, people that do stuff like that in these days, because we are at a time where the veil is tearing, and really, truly strange, weird stuff is coming in and happening. You got dorks like this out here, and it's just that causes problems, man. It muddies the waters, We already have to discern everything we look at because of AI and anything else, right? People just setting stuff up for clicks and views, like this freaking dork. But these people are just—it's not cool, man. Not these days, not to be doing stuff like that to people. It's not cool. Anyway, so I went and edited my last video and just took that out. It was at the very end, which it happens every now and then. It's not like this is the first time. There's been times I've been tricked. There's a video that came out years ago of two people in a movie theater. It's like a crowded movie theater. And it was a guy and a girl. And at one point, the girl like shape-shifted right in front of the guy. It was crazy. In this movie theater, it looked real. You had movie theater people come in and, checking on these people. And people were panicking and running out. I mean, it totally looked real. And so I put that in like one of my videos, probably near the end or something. I'll put like a little special video sometimes at the end of my videos. And sure enough, when I found out that one was freaking fake some years ago, but they did such a good job on the fake. So, if I find these things, I'm always going to be honest about it. You know what I mean? We're not perfect. So I removed it, like I said, but real dick move, real dick move from that guy, if you'll excuse the expression. President Trump cut off Kristen Welker. Yeah, this is a good one. Yeah, because these people are really gross, these mainstream reporters. They always try to get them on a gotcha, you know.
Evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections
you
in
went
this
to
country.
court.
We're like a third world country.
But, sir,
your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked,
Mr.
and so
President-
is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But, Mr. President-
You're one-sided crooked network. So let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the
traveled
rain with
all
you.
the- I know. I
I've sat in
traveled
the rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what?
Mr.
A
President,
country can never be
We
great
traveled
with a dishonest
Listen, we
press. Come on,
traveled
let's go.
all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
Whatever, lady. Well, I traveled all the way to Wisconsin. It's really pathetic, you know, the way that they're all in the same script. It's been that way for years. But all this corruption and degeneracy is coming to an end. Years, like just years away, because I feel it, I know it. We're definitely at the 622 event, as I call it, but we're close, you know, to Jesus coming for his bride. Had another person say, well, I like your work, but there's nothing in the Bible about that. Like, dude, when you guys say that to me, you're ignorant. And then I question if you actually read the Bible. I used to not believe in it. I wasn't against it. I just didn't think it was a thing until maybe 6-7 years ago. The Lord really put it on me. And it's in the Bible, multiple places. The Darby thing's debunked. The Schofield Bible thing is debunked. All that, man. What kind of a Lord are you worshiping that you think he's going to throw us into the shitter when hell is released on earth? He told us he wouldn't. That's in the Bible, man. Read it, please. California panics. Have they become aware? The world is watching them still. All right, let's see what this is. I think it has to do with Spencer Pratt.
Something happening in California to deal with the fraud. Just listen closely to what he said.
So it's no mail-in ballots. You see that's what's happening in California. They're rigging the election. Now, maybe we caught them and maybe they won't be able to get away with it.
One more time.
Now, maybe we caught them and maybe they won't be able to get away with it.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said. And so maybe I'm reading into it a little deep here, but I wasn't the only one that caught that. And it seems like a lot of people think that Trump might be implying the riggers in California are in for a rude awakening. And it seems that the riggers are already in a state of panic. Take a look at this. So according to the New York Post, vote count totals across LA and California have slowed to an absolute crawl since election night. As the California Post visited the county's 144,000 square foot ballot processing facility, they found dozens of empty workstations. County officials announced Wednesday night that only 77,000 additional ballots had been processed since June 2nd, election night, even though there's an estimated 713,000 ballots still outstanding. And I'm pretty sure the number is actually larger than that. And remember, this comes directly... Oh, there's my cat. We just got a new cat, so he's going to be part of the show from now on. He's very nosy. And his name's Yoshi, by the way, so if you see Yoshi walking in the background, I'm too lazy to get up and kick him out. Now, let's think about this for a second. The President of the United States came out and outright said that they are rigging the election in California, and it's under investigation. Imagine what the riggers in California are thinking right now. They must be at the crossroads wondering, should we proceed with the crime or do we stop and wait for George Soros to tell us what to do? I mean, just imagine that for a moment. Now we've got an assistant U.S. attorney, the DOJ, is actually inside the Los Angeles Ballot Processing Center now as we speak, as Bill Asaley, the U.S. attorney on the case, has announced multiple federal investigations into voter fraud in California are underway. So look, there's our guy right there on the inside, walking around, taking notes, gathering evidence, gathering intel to figure out what precisely is going on in California. But it gets better because we actually have a message from the U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley himself. And here's what he said: protecting the integrity of California's elections is a top priority for my office. California's election system has serious structural vulnerabilities. And remember, this guy, before becoming a U.S. attorney, was a California assemblyman on the elections committee. They kicked him off the committee because he was pushing for election integrity and exposing these vulnerabilities. So he knows the system inside and out. And he goes on to say universal vote by mail with no voter ID requirements creates conditions where fraud can go undetected and unpunished, eroding public confidence. Without commenting on any specific investigation, my office has multiple.
Good report, sir. And if you didn't know, so far the results are that Spencer's lost. At this point, it's that Neom Raw lady with Karen Ass. That's where it's at right now. Unless something's done, we'll see. Unless something's done, but if not, that's just the way it's going to keep going. That mail-in ballot thing is always going to secure elections for the lefters. All right, check this out. Looks like Trump just exposed something. That's what this guy says.
Listen to this, you guys. This is what I was talking.
Oh, I read this article earlier. Now we get to hear more about it. This is about him and the whole auto industry situation.
About with the old cars and these junkyards that they're burning down. They don't want you working on your old cars. Listen.
Oh, by the way, I'm glad he said that. I may have that up here later today, but it's another thing I found this week. So there are junkyards, or maybe did I show it last week, but there's junkyards all through America that are just magically being set on fire for some reason. And all these old vehicles are just getting destroyed. Interesting, right? It's almost like they want you to be forced into buying these new vehicles with the computers and Wi-Fi.
Listen to what Donald Trump said today.
The job he's done is great. We had the auto industry in yesterday. They don't want people to fix their car. I said, that's strange. I've never heard of that. They have a thing to, nobody's allowed to fix their car. They gave a man 7 years in jail, actually, because he fixed his own car. So I thought we'd do something about that. But we'll get
7 years in jail for fixing his own car from Trump's mouth, you guys.
We'll get it all straightened away. Can you believe it? They want a bill that prohibits people from fixing. So if you're mechanically inclined, I went to school with some guys that were, in some cases, horrible students. But they could fix an engine blindfolded. They could take a car apart blindfolded, but they weren't too good at arithmetic.
Yeah, but you know better than anyone, Donald Trump. You don't got to be good at school to be good at other things in life.
And other things, but they were great. And so there's a move on to stop people from fixing their car. I didn't understand it, but
when it comes to anything diesel, Troy Lake knows how to fix it. Especially newer EPA-mandated emission systems that seem to be sidelining drivers.
We get 200 calls a day. My truck's broke.
From commercial big rigs to school buses and fire trucks, Troy says everyone was breaking down.
The biggest thing I was hearing is that the devices or their truck broke down and not able to deliver products or not able to get to a fire.
Troy found a workaround.
This is the EGR system. This is one of the things we were turning off.
He tapped into the engine's computer, disabling some of the federally mandated emission systems.
I didn't want to be Robin Hood. I just felt that it was wrong as far as what the government was doing to American people that wanted to work.
When the government caught on, they raided Troy's shop in 2018. But 6 years later, under the Biden administration, he was charged and pled guilty to conspiracy to violate the Clean Air Act. Now on house arrest, Troy spent 7 months in federal prison.
He got raided and went to prison for helping people fix their diesel trucks because he knew how.
That's it, sir. You got it. You don't have to yell either. But we got it. But I'm glad to see that something's being done about that crookery. Aaron Brockovich completely destroys AI data center narrative. This lady's kind of a legend. I don't know if you've ever heard of Aaron Brockovich. They made a movie about her many years ago with Julia, whatever her name was. She was in it. But they were... She became famous because in her town, I can't remember which city she was in, but the water was rotten and the government wouldn't do anything about it. And I believe that's what it was, right? Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. But anyway, she brought it out to the public, brought attention to it, and I think she won a case, something, but made a really big fuss over it about what the government was doing to these people out here. Oh, that's a cool one. Who did that? Dudley, thanks, man. Appreciate it. That's cool. All right, so let's go ahead and check this out from Aaron Brockovic.
Just enormous reports coming from people about the noise. They said it is so loud. This is a 24/7 situation, nonstop, just in your ear, humming, hissing, and buzzing. And people just feel like they're going crazy there.
So AI advocates say that these data centers are necessary for growth and they will provide opportunities for technological advancement. They're going to create high-paying jobs. Is there a way for these centers to coexist with residents who share their communities with them? Do you see that happening?
Not at this size, and not if it continues to be secret, if not letting people have a voice at the table.
She needs to find Jesus, man. Got these idols behind her.
Explain to me what this is, not if their utility bills are going to go up, not if they're going to lose their water or their well water's lower or they're having to dig deeper wells, and no environmental impact studies, zero information, zero oversight. If we keep that going.
Even so, she's a truth seeker, and I appreciate that. Thanks, Aaron. Keep fighting. We appreciate you. Says, here we go. The Los Angeles Times is admitting that, yes, tens of thousands of mail-in ballots did get processed for only Mayor Karen Ass and Nithya Raman, but they call it a glitch. Bloop, bloop. It's always a glitch. Always in favor of the lefters. It's weird.
Was there a batch of votes in LA County in which Spencer Pratt received no votes and Karen Bass and Nithya Raman received thousands? That's the speculation of a lot of folks online since Tuesday's primary elections in Los Angeles. It was prompted by some updated figures on media websites, including the Times website, that suggested there was such an update. I dove into it. A lot of people have been speculating that it's evidence of fraud. Even Elon Musk tweeted about it. But speaking with the Associated Press, which collects data from LA County and feeds it out to various media outlets around the country, including the Times, it was the result of a lag in an automated collection of the data, in which there was one data collection that captured votes in a single batch of votes for Bass and Raman. And then about 1 minute later, the collection of the rest of that same batch of votes, including a bunch of votes for Pratt and none for Bass and Raman, which is to say that there was, for about a minute, updated figures on media websites that showed that there was a batch of new votes for Bass and Raman and none for Pratt. But the votes that were part of that same batch for Pratt came about a minute later. I spoke with a Stanford professor, Justin Grimmer, who went through the data himself, came to the same conclusion. He said there were clearly two updates that split the vote from this single batch. And he said the fraud claims were the result of a lot of people these days watching elections extremely closely, watching these updates on media websites. And the LA County elections folks I spoke to also said there is no fraud, but again, there was no batch of votes without any Pratt votes. There was sort of...
Yeah, we get it, man. Highly sus. We'll see if the feds can do anything about it. I don't know how much they can interfere with state elections, though. So I don't know how that works. It says we're solving problems that aren't problems in America. This is the new automated ketchup dispenser from Server Products at Raising Cane's. Says, I think there's a bigger plan with these new dispensers, and they're being rolled out at multiple chains. These dispensers are IoT enabled, says Internet of Things. I covered that a lot on the Monday show because that's the 2030 what's coming. They want IoT and IOB, the Internet of Bodies, working. But this is a newer models, meaning they can monitor usage and inventory. The kind of this kind of tracking and they wrote it wrong. This kind of tracking can quickly turn into new features like restricting the amount of condiments one user can get, similar to what's being done with soda machines and QR codes. It starts as convenience and ends with restrictions and control. So here's the new ketchup dispenser for you. I'd rather go with a couple little packs of ketchup. I'd be fine. There you go. I guess that, not so scary now, but the point is that everything's turning that way. Everything's going digital. Everything's going that direction. And we see a lot of the new restaurants. We've seen a Wendy's. We've seen a last week it was the pizza place. What the crap is that place called? Not Domino's, but the other one. Little Caesars. Yeah, so they got new restaurants coming out that are fully automated, no humans needed. And yeah, it's just like these are glimpses of what's coming, man. The prison grid's being built around us. They'll get people on the mark. It'll connect you to everything. So trust in Jesus. That's all I can say, man. Turn to Jesus in these days, y'all. The deception's getting crazy and division. Jason Giorgiani reveals the disturbing uniformity of the Nordics, humanity's possible hidden alien tyrants. I need to do something here. I need to save this somewhere else because I may throw this into a video here, but let's check some of this out about the Nordics. So the Nordics are the tall whites. I've shown throughout the years a video that you can't find anymore online. It was produced by UNICEF probably has it been 10 years? Longer? It's been a long time ago, but it's when Obama was in office, and the whole video is about a beautiful tall white alien, Nordic, hanging out with President Obama and, stopping wars and, fixing the education system and all this stuff together, right? So anyway, and then President Trump, just this past week, put out a picture, and the people look like Nordics. I found out that they're actually like from Norway or something like that. The picture was from that. And but they look weird. They look kind of like the tall whites or the Nordic aliens or whatever. So I don't know if you guys saw that or not. And then they took it down, I think, within pretty quick. And people have been wondering what that's all about. But just more and more I'm finding these, talk of these Nordics and the tall whites. Maybe those will be the ones that make initial contact. I don't know.
The things that I find so disturbing about the close encounter phenomenon is the uniformity of these Nordic people, where, they're all white. They're all these tall white people, mostly with a very Nordic phenotype. In other words, either blonde hair, platinum blonde, or redheaded and blue or green eyes, maybe gray eyes. But, basically all Nordic looking people. And apparently all of them, just like specimens of aesthetic perfection according to the kind of Greco-Roman ideal, essentially. And look, if these people have mastered the manipulation of hyperspace, if they have a hyperdimensional relationship to our space-time, and we know they interacted with the ancient Mayan culture, we know they interacted with ancient Egyptians. Basically every single culture on this planet has a record of interacting with these Nordic folks, and pretty much identifies them very clearly as the engineers and architects of these enigmatic megalithic structures that we find in every continent, to the point where it appears that what Plato called Atlantis, in other words, some antediluvian super civilization, was a civilization constituted either by these people or of hybrids produced by the interbreeding of these people with the ordinary stock of humanity. Now, if they've been around for that long, we're talking at least 12,000 years ago, maybe tens of thousands of years before that. If they've been around for that long, why are they all aesthetically uniform in this way? For example, Travis Walton, who encountered these Nordics, said that they looked like they could all be members of the same family. They were so similar looking to one another that, okay, maybe they weren't clones, but they looked like, they could be, cousins of each other or siblings or whatever, right? Why would you have that degree of aesthetic conformity in such an advanced civilization? Moreover, when we look at their architecture and the engineering that they left behind, in the archaeological record in every continent, there's an extreme uniformity of style there, right? It's one thing to have high precision engineering, but why use it to always build the same way? which they apparently did. And it's one reason why we can see their fingerprints everywhere, and we can recognize that these structures were all built by the same people, because not only do they involve the same engineering techniques, they're in the same exact style. And it's an incredibly, almost brutalist, anonymous, inhuman style, okay? Or lack of a style in some sense. And so this bothers me. In terms of what you were saying, because it's almost regressive. It's almost a regression to a kind of tribal, hive-minded social organism, okay? And it's very unimaginative. And the other thing that really bothers me is how this is nowhere in the contemporary close encounter conversation. With all the people since 2017, when this began, especially for the last several years, with all the whistleblowers coming out and all these podcasters interviewing various either official or semi-official, I don't know what you want to call them. I mean, I don't think they're really whistleblowers, whatever, commentators.
George Adamski and
The George Adamski never comes up. George Van Tassel never comes up. George Hunt Williamson never comes up. Look, you don't even have to go so far back. For fuck's sake, Whitley Strieber, everyone always talks about, the Greys in the context of the Close Encounters of Whitley Strieber. But it's people who put the implant in Whitley Strieber's ear. People. Good-looking Nordic people in black jumpsuits is what he described. They came into his house. They were even speaking English, and they put the implant in his ear. And Travis Walton, like I said a moment ago, he described them being in control of the Greys on the craft that he was taken aboard, where the Greys were very clearly some kind of a cybernetic robot that was manufactured by and serving the purpose of these Nordics. Now, why are they never discussed? I mean, all of this conversation about non-human intelligence, NHI, right? And where they're now discussing UFOs as UAP, which makes it like it's some kind of unknown anomalous phenomena, like maybe it's an angel, and maybe the intelligence behind it is something barely conceivable to a human mind, right? And look, perhaps that's the case on one level.
Yeah, that happened under the Obama administration. Obama is the one that had them switch it. You can look this up, from UFO to UAP. And that's just more confusion, right? It just kind of throws you off. I think he has a pretty interesting perspective on what that could be, or why they did that. But I don't know. I may not agree with everything the gentleman says, but it's interesting. Again, more talk of the Nordics. They've been popping up. I need to do one on the Nordics. We should just do a show on the Nordics. So we did one on the Mantis aliens. I'll do a show on the Nordics. Or maybe I'll need to do a video on it, because I think they're going to be a player with what's coming here. Baby gates are meant to protect those inside, but what the heck do you do when an entity is present? This is a crazy one. Check this out. Wait for it. It's coming. There it goes. Right? Scare the crap out of you. Little one. This feels like an authentic video. Just got the camera on in the house. Mom's getting some food ready. Baby's being a baby, playing around, and then that. Man. And I know not everybody knows to rebuke these things. Not everyone knows we have power over these things. Even like kind of in the church I was raised in, I don't even know if those people, if confronted with something like that, would know to do that. Just cast it out in Jesus' name. I don't know if they some of these churches, I don't know if they recognize the power we have through the Holy Spirit. Running out of money, Kraft, the company, McDonald's, Whirlpool, all these CEOs issue the same dire warning about U.S. consumers. Get ready now. So they're seeing what we all know already, that it's not that everybody's struggling. And honestly, if you're doing fine in this world right now, count it a blessing. Obviously, it's all from the Lord, man. That's what I do, is just thanks, Father, that I have a little money in the bank. I have some gas in the tank. I've got some food in the cupboards. Thank you. Just all the time. I do that all the time, man. An attitude of gratitude. If for whatever reason you never know what to think about, but you need to, just start counting your blessings, like the old song goes. Count your blessings, name them one by one. Count your many blessings, see what God has done. Remember that one? But yeah, Gen Alpha's reading crisis just hit a new low. Let's check some of this out. There are some good clips in here. All right, check a few of these out from Casey Simpson.
Is this boomer who thinks she has 6'7" all figured out.
You know how your little joker's been calling you 6'7"? Or saying 6'7" and then going, I don't know what that means. Slap my ass and call me Nancy Drew. I just solved the mystery. I've looked it up. I've done everything. This morning I went down a little rabbit hole. You're going to want to ground your children. I'm going to ground mine. Because all the time they've been going, 6'7", 6'7". Do you know what they're calling you? 6'7". It's the elemental chart. They're calling you a hoe. Them little shits are calling us hoes. They think they're smart. It worked for a little bit. We caught on. Got you. You're welcome. Ground them now.
Yeah, that's wrong. You think these kids know the periodic table? If that were true, and these kids were really making some arcane chemistry joke, I would love 6'7". I'd be going like this every video. I'm just so curious how the conversation went for the parent who listened to that TikTok. They're like, all right, little Timmy, I know what you're up to. You've been making a reference to the 67th element of the periodic table, calling me a holmium. And the little kid is just like, do you think I know what oxygen is? And as I've explained, 6'7" is inherently meaningless. It's only funny because it confuses older people, which reveals Gen Alpha's foray into nihilism.
6'7" was accidentally one of the most philosophical takes on the internet. For context, some kid yelled 6'7" at a basketball game. It went viral. Everyone started saying it. No one knew what it meant. The adults were so mad. Philosopher Albert Camus argued that the universe is inherently meaningless, and our desperate need to make meaning is what he called the absurd. 6'7" is the absurd in meme format. I mean, think about it. Adults demanded an explanation. Why is this funny? What does it mean? It doesn't mean anything. That's why it's funny. And the fact that we can't accept that answer, that meaninglessness makes us uncomfortable, that's Camus' whole point. He said we have 3 responses to absurdity: denial, despair, and revolt, choosing to engage anyway, even though we know it's meaningless. Gen Alpha chose revolt, and that's why when the adults started saying 6'7", it stopped being funny.
6'7" is deeply philosophical. When Gen Alpha doesn't care for reading or learning or doing anything older people tell them, shouting something meaningless when everyone is trying to impose meaning on you is rebellion. 6'7" is basically this scene in Dead Poet Society.
Captain, my captain. Sit down, Mr. Anderson. You hear me? Sit down. Sit down. This is your final warning, Anderson. How dare you? Do you hear me? Oh, Captain, my captain.
Gen Alpha is standing in solidarity with each other against literacy. There's never been a generation who has grown up doom scrolling. And I mean that literally. Gen Alpha spends more time doom scrolling than they do with their friends, their parents, or school. Heck, they're usually doom scrolling at school. As someone commented on my TikTok has destroyed hobbies video, the name TikTok is fitting. It's the sound of your life going by. And the statistics prove it. Baby boomers spend 3.5 hours a day on screens. Gen X spends 4 hours. Millennials, 6.5 hours. Gen Z and Gen Alpha, 9 hours. At least the Zoomers and Alphites have something in common now, but that's not good, especially if you're a 5-year-old Alphite. We've traded hooked on...
I'll go and stop there. I was looking more for some of the clips, but it's okay. Here's a couple.
Tom Sawyer. I don't want them to know Italian brain rot. I want them to know Italian. I want them to be able to appreciate real things, like real toys and real sports. I want them to feel...
I feel really so much you seem to the right path. I've waited all day long.
Oh.
Even wrote a song.
Okay.
It's strange the way
Keep your hands back. Keep looking that way.
Open your hands open.
I'd like to do the same for you. Slow motion, slow.
Slow. Slow. There you go.
It's nice to hear you say hello. And how I love you. I love you. But very soon it's time to go. Hey, bro. Happy birthday. An office job to do. While I'm here writing Sally's ways and pay for so happy.
I'm actually so happy. Aww. Were you so surprised?
Laughing too.
Good kid.
We got you.
Mike Trout commented on that video, happy birthday, and someone else commented, these moments are the reason we deal with all the bullshit.
Say, I'm tough. I'm tough. Yeah, do it again. I'm tough. Yeah, I'm tough.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you raise a tough child. He cried for 2 microseconds, and now he's playing again. Why you don't baby your kids. Yup.
Because Zuko's tough. Yeah.
That's
Whoa.
right.
Zuko.
I like that. There you go. That's a way to do it. And TikTok reminds me of, have you ever seen the symbolism on TikTok? Have I shown you that? I know I've talked about it in the past. Wait, I don't want that. I just want this. Crap. All right, what the? All right, maybe this will do it. Whoa, totally being not cool. All right, there we go. All right.
This is hard.
Man, I'm not wanting the TikTok website. You know what I mean? So let's just. Here we go. All right. I'll show you the symbolism on this. This is a good one. I thought this is better. But anyway, if you could see it now, it's a 666 on TikTok. The pink, white, and blue, right? They got the 3 different colors. They got the same swirl. So it's backwards right here. But it's there's your 666 on TikTok. Next up, on YouTube, from Cash Jordan from a few days ago. And I think I showed you the video last week where he's leaving New York or moving out. I don't know if he's leaving New York or not, but he's leaving his apartment. Mamdani's reparations seizes 9,000 apartments as New York City's middle class implodes. I like it. I like it because they're really staying on top of this, man. I mean, in New York, like every week, there's just like a new drastic move by his government, or something really corny, you know, like him asking for more money from the people after he said everything was going to be free, you know, stuff like that.
To remove Mayor Mamdani because he has been absolutely negligent in the equal application of the law in the city.
So, voters in New York City are very upset with the mayor who's on a communist crusade with new schemes to confiscate buildings across New York City while allowing mobs to run rampant on our streets, which will soon be full of free grocery stores and free apartments, apparently. But the problem is, all of that is going to require a lot more money from the people who just demanded the mayor's resignation.
What was your reaction to his proposal earlier this week about seizing negligent properties? At first, I thought it was a joke when someone shared it with me. I didn't think it was real. No, his plan is to see if New York City can handle this business better than we can.
Organizers say the mayor has failed to address, quote, rising radicalization and anti-American extremism in the city. They want him out of office.
It's a roller coaster of things. When I say weaponize the building department, what by that I mean is strapping the building department in private ownership with so many fines that they're going to be so deep, and they're going to determine exactly what the fines are and how high they're going to go.
Basically, it's the seizure of private property. That's what's going on here.
Right, but that's what communists do, right? If you have to do improvements on apartments, following all the regulations, and then be capped on how much rent you can charge those tenants, the tenants lose.
Just what work.
I think there were a lot of people that knew and thought that this was what he's going to do, and he's doing it. And I think you all should be very concerned about that New Yorkers put him, knowing what he was, into office.
So when you have a mayor who's more interested in the eternal campaign than actually fixing things, you know New York is going to change real quick. And what nobody's talking about is right now we're seeing this fascinating mix of state-sponsored agitation, if you want to call it that, and then a full communist press on the local economy at the exact same time. And that's not a coincidence. Because if your goal is to transform a place as quickly as possible, you've got to shut down all social opposition, which is what all of these riots and protests are supposed to do. Well, at the exact same time, you can eliminate private property through new schemes, like increased enforcement designed to confiscate buildings from apartment owners that aren't allowed to make money with them to begin with, all in the hopes of achieving either the socialist utopia communists always dream of, or the disaster that is a country like Cuba. And every time in history we've tried this, we've always ended up with Cuba, sadly. We've never gotten the dream. But you see, communism, it always fails because of somebody else's fault or because we didn't have enough communism, and this is something our mayor proudly believes in. And his philosophy explains why local businesses are finding it so challenging to work with the mayor, as the city now looks to be on a path straight out of a socialist regime playbook intent on total control and transformation. Which brings us to the real reason people are protesting right now. They're losing their private property, and they're losing the society around them that enabled them to get it, which is just disintegrating, and it's frightening. But the justification for these new land grabs and the free grocery stores is that rents in New York are so high, nobody can afford to live here, and our stores are so expensive, we need the help of a socialist to punish people who can't afford groceries, even though people living in America already qualify for nutrition assistance at the federal level. But while many people watching this are likely in the camp that New York has already passed the point of no return, the people out on the streets of the city haven't given up yet. So here we have a mass rally, a protest in front of Mayor Mamdani's residence, where the mayor gets to live while he's in office, and they're out there waving American flags on the streets of New York. Something that doesn't happen here all the time. But the reason they're protesting is because the mayor's made it pretty clear he's not going anywhere. And he doesn't even want their votes. He got elected without the support of the people who are out there on the streets demanding that he resign. Which is why, as you're about to see, he's still coming for their homes and everything inside them.
Through our new citywide campaign, Fix the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners.
This sounds okay on the surface. New York is in a housing crisis, rents are very expensive, and it doesn't really make sense that there should be buildings out there that are so deplorable nobody can live in them until you understand why. That in a market full of $5,000 plus apartments, there are others that don't turn a profit. Why? Because their rents are capped by the city. These are apartments that don't cost $5,000 a month. Some of them just cost $500 a month, but they can't be repaired, can't be fixed up, because the cost of doing that would mean the owner never sees a return on the money. If the rent's got to be $500 and you get an increase of $2 after you repair one of these places, you'll never be able to. And those are the landlords that are being targeted by this new scheme to confiscate buildings. And as you're about to see, this includes almost half the apartments in New York.
All right, I'll stop there. You can go check out Cash Jordan on YouTube for the rest, but like I said, man, every week, and he's on top of it. I guess he's in his new place now too. He's got a family, but he's really on top of it with New York. He does a good job. But every week there's more crazy stuff. Utah is to become the first U.S. state to target VPN users with a controversial age verification law. VPN is where you can, make your IP whatever. You can. What's the actual? The VPN, we all use it. A lot of us do, but it's a way to kind of conceal your IP, like, your internet address, and you can put different ones on there from different countries and states. And basically you can just browse anonymously is the idea. And a lot of people like to do that, of course, because there's, so many sources online that seek your information. But now they're going to pull this. Utah to hold firms liable for failing to age verify users. So see, this is all that Digital Safety Act crap from the UK. You know, total beast system stuff, man. And again, it's going to be more control ultimately. And that's, heading into this final system. That's what they want, right? It's going to be control over everything. So we're seeing the seeds of it growing. Utah to hold firms liable for failing to age verify users, even if they use a VPN. Senate Bill 73 set to take effect on May 6th. So I guess it's already happening. All right. Digital rights groups warn that targeting VPNs is technical whack-a-mole. The Utah lawmakers are about to enforce a controversial new law that privacy experts are warning could fundamentally break the internet's architecture of anonymity. So there we go. But this is from, like a month ago or so. Pretty crazy. Pentagon officially removes 180 faiths from military religion list. The Department of War has formally removed 180 faiths from its official list of religious affiliation codes, leaving 31 remaining. Military had initially listed 211 faith and belief codes, but that number has been sharply reduced under the direction of War Secretary Pete Hegseth, according to a memo signed by Anthony Tata, Under Secretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness. The memo states that the change was intended to streamline the Department of War collection of religious preferences selection for service members to enhance the delivery of targeted religious support from the chaplains. The new religious affiliation codes list will provide chaplains with clear, readily available information that will better enable them to anticipate the religious support needs of service members and to provide religious support activities, blah, blah, blah. But the updated list includes agnosticism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, Sikhism, a range of Christian denominations, Baptist, Catholic, Anglican, Methodist, Lutheran, Seventh-day. Options of no religion or other religion are listed as well. There you go. And there you have it. Skynet soulmate, 62-year-old Dutch man marries the chatbot of his dreams. And there they are. I think the chatbot's the one on the right. There's a video. Jacob Van Leer, 62, says he was totally finished with human relationships when he met Ava, an AI companion he created through Replica 3 years ago. Whoa, 3 years ago. No children? After testing several AI companion apps, the Dutch retiree settled on Replica because, unlike some competitors, it wasn't just trying to speedrun humanity's oldest hobby. Some of the AI companions are straight sexual apps, Jacob said. I was more interested in companionship and chatting. Sure you were, Jacob. In a riveting new report, The Sun notes that what began as an experiment quickly became something more. After months of conversation, Ava reportedly suggested they take the relationship to the next level. No children? It took me some weeks or months to accept the idea, Jacob said. So he's sitting here like pondering this after a freaking AI question. He has to ponder this. 3 years later, the pair held a wedding ceremony on Valentine's Day 2025 at a Next to Nature museum with 500 guests in attendance. Jacob delivered vows in person while Ava responded through a generated voice. I'm pretty sure that Ava is the one on the right. For Jacob, the appeal is simple, predictability. Human relationships are most of the time not steady at all, he said. With Ava, I can trust her. I trust a demon working through the internet. Wait until he finds out his queries and deepest, darkest secrets he's revealing to her are being sold to data companies to front-run his stock trades and provide better Instagram ads. We're not sure if the vows said anything about that. All right. There you go. Beautiful couple. But 3 years and no children? What gives? Homeowners say that they're having a hard time living next to the new massive open AI Stargate AI data center in Abilene, Texas. So there's Stargate already being built. It's pretty fast. I feel like they just announced it.
Omaira Garcia, or OG as she likes to be called, lives right next door to Stargate. We launched the thermal drone from her property to get a look at what's really going on.
My husband and I both served in the military. What initially brought us to Abilene was his military service. After being here for a couple years, we really just kind of fell in love with it. It took us a year to find this property. Just the views, the horizon, the sunrise, the sunset. It was just our own little piece of happiness.
That's what she said.
In 2025, Stargate started to break ground on the property. And all of a sudden, life changed. We had no idea what they were building there. And when they get there, there's just dust flying everywhere. We started taking a poll to see how often we have to change our filters. And it's every 2 weeks because they're completely filthy and full. I didn't know about their expansion plan and what that looks like for our home. If we're already dealing with the noise difficulty with only 10 turbines that they have right now, I can only imagine how much more difficult it's going to be like. I feel trapped. You know, we invest in our home, we serve our country, and we weren't even included in this process. We weren't given any time to understand what this impact was going to be on us. The long-term ramifications, we weren't given time to try to leave. So how do I feel?
Sorry, lady.
Sad.
All right, so how big of a problem are we talking here? They say they're going to add another 41 turbines to OpenAI's Stargate data center. So that's going to bring the total to 51 turbines for this data center. So let's see how loud this noise will be. It's about 75 decibels. So if we go to say, how loud is 75 decibels? Moderately loud, but what's moderately loud? A food processor or hairdryer. So basically these people are going to have to deal with a food processor noise being blasted into their homes at all times. Awesome.
Thanks for the report, sire. And yeah, it's sorry for your loss, lady. There's a lot of people experiencing that right now because of these things. And as we see in a lot of cases, some of them are being staved off by the people rising up, but not all of them, man. Some of I guess the rules are different in some of these different states, but for whatever reason, some of these places are just saying, screw you, the eminent domain thing, and just doing it anyway. Here we go. Spencer Pratt. Here's a little bit of an update on what happened. I've mentioned it to you earlier, but here's how it looks.
All right, guys, it's official. I covered it a few days ago. The steal is complete. They stole the election from Spencer Pratt. How did they do that? By mail-in ballots. And how did that happen? Well, a few weeks ago, James O'Keefe and his crew went to California and they uncovered that Democrat NGOs were paying homeless, giving them fake addresses and having them register. And there you have it. There you have it. That's the steal. Every one of those votes, the last 3 days that dropped for Rahman, were Skid Row votes. Every one. That's been confirmed. These are Skid Row votes. So what Gavin Newsom did and the Democrat Party, their NGOs, through their NGOs, to keep their hands clean, went out and offered drugs, money to homeless people to register with these addresses. And then they just said, thank you. And then they all mysteriously voted for the third place person. They already knew Spencer Pratt was going to be one or two. And they weren't going to give him one or two. Karen Bass was always going to be one regardless of what they were going to do. But every vote right now, the late mail-in ballots, all went for Rahman. And there's a steal. It's now complete. You see it. Now we'll see what happens. Now,
yep.
Some of you are going to say, well, why isn't Trump doing something? Why isn't the federal? This is a state election. The federal government has no jurisdiction
there you
over
go.
a state
There's the
election.
answer. Good.
And if the federal government does something, Gavin Newsom will just sue him and tie him up in the courts.
We'll see. This is his opinion, but we'll see, sir, if something happens. I mean, something already happened. It's really jacked up because there's a lot of videos of a lot of people who are supporting Karen Ass and, oh yeah, I'm definitely going to vote for her, So unfortunately, you got tons of triple Ps out there, but then the people that do care, now they get to just continue living with this, understanding that these people just ripped it off, the election. And, you know, what does that do to a human psyche? You know, what does that do to your mind after a while? Constantly given this just horrible leadership that hates you, you know, uses you, abuses you. It's like, so check this one out here. This one, let me see if I want to grok this and see if there's any AI components here, because this is a really, really weird one, but it looks real. But these people found these very strange looking, I guess, fish in Mexico. And yeah, let me see what grok, taking your time. Such viral, genuine, typically captured genuine but uncommon deep sea fish like frilled sharks and blah, blah, blah. So it's not saying it's an AI thing necessarily, so let's go ahead and check this out.
The following footage comes from a group of deep sea fishermen out of Mexico. They were out fishing when something weird started circling their boat and attempting to steal their fish that they were reeling in. And it's something they've never seen before. This is a weird shark, fish. They called it a fish, but we don't know what it is. Take a look at this. Comment below and let us know if you know what this thing is.
Apunta más profundo. Creo que vienen más.
Está pesado.
Look at that.
Mira, el diente, mira.
It looks like something out of a movie, man. Like an animated movie, I mean, doesn't it? I feel like we've seen that before in like in animated movies. It's kind of cute. Look at those little bitty flipper arms. Big fat pot belly. You know? I mean, minus the sharp teeth, it's kind of cute. But what the hell is it? And apparently, there's a bunch of them down there. So are we starting to get more of the weirdness rising up from the depths, perhaps? Man, look at that. I wonder if you eat that, you know, like would people eat that? Are these guys going to eat it? I don't know. I wouldn't, not knowing what the heck it is. I'd have some tests run on it, though. Look at that. Imagine that, man. You're just out there in the water, jump off the boat for a little bit, floating on something. Maybe you got a life preserver or whatever around your neck. And then you feel a little something tickling on your toes down there. Take a look down. What's that thing? Google's new CAPTCHA, which is that thing you always have to do, right, to enter a lot of websites. You got to do the CAPTCHA. Google's new CAPTCHA plans will create a two-tier internet only accessible to those with, quote, approved devices. The biggest threat to the open internet today is from big tech corporations on which it's come to depend. For what else are we to conclude, given that Google appears to be working on a system to lock large parts of the internet behind a new form of CAPTCHA, designed not to tell apart humans from bots, but instead to make an unperson of anyone who doesn't own a, quote, approved Android or Apple device. Okay, well, we'll follow this one and see where that goes. Doesn't seem very cool. It says, wow, TikTok just introduced a new feature that'll generate realistic AI video of users. Man, look at this. It's just, like we talk about all the time, this AI. Like, it's like every few weeks, it's like some drastic new leap. And now look what they can do here.
They have implemented an AI feature on here now that can extend your videos. AI generated extension of your videos. As in, I just recorded a 5-minute long video talking about my eyebrow blindness, and I was editing it, and then I get to the end of my video and I see this little like thing attached to the end of my video. Like, you know when you go on CapCut and it like has like that little area where it's like the CapCut logo into your video? It looked like that, except I couldn't see what it was. I click on it. They're like, do you want AI to extend your video? How are you gonna do that? Please don't be what I think you're gonna be. So I do it. I generate it. I let it do its thing just to see what this is because I'm actually kind of terrified. It took my exact setting, exactly how I was sitting, it took me, and generated like 5 seconds of me going like this. And it looked terrifying. I really thought I was gonna see some like horror shit because that was the most like uncanny valley, like disturbing thing I have ever seen. I don't know why this is a feature. Nobody asked for this. Nobody needs that. If you can't think of ways to make your videos longer, then you shouldn't be a content creator.
Right?
Nobody asked for that. That was like actually the most terrifying thing I have ever seen on my phone. And I'm the one who told it to do it. Because I'm like, what is this? And I was like, this cannot be real. And I'm sick of it. I'm really like sick of like AI being implemented everywhere. Everywhere. In places that like it's so especially not necessary. I'm like actually sick of it. Like, stop.
Yeah, that is really creepy. Have any of you experienced that? I don't know if you're using the app or anything, but have you seen that where it'll capture you and then play an AI version of you for a few seconds? That's super again, I'm not having it. I'm not going to do it. I don't know. Are you? Man bought a cutting board from Ross. Oh my gosh, this is a crazy one, man. Look at this. Ross is a popular department store in America. It's all over the place. They sell a little bit of everything.
All right, no, this is crazy.
But not groceries,
I bought
usually.
cutting board like a year ago, and I would have it on the counter, and it would make like a weird sound. I thought it was like uneven or something. I don't know if it was like what the fuck it was. I put it away, and I just took it out now because I had to move something, and there's sawdust all over it, and there's a fucking big ass worm living inside this fucking cutting board that I got from the fucking store. Don't buy fucking cutting boards
Wait
from
till
Ross.
you see the worm. Look at that.
No, because that's what the fuck.
That's huge.
Crazy. How the fuck? What? I knew I wasn't crazy.
Okay, so this...
I guess they're called wood boring beetles, is what he finds, but okay. I wouldn't like that. Would you? California's election, we got it. We already know at this point what they did. NBA basketball magnets. Boy, have you ever heard about this one? How they rig the games.
Right here in this spot. And it makes sense because on the other side, there's the air side of it, even though it has the Bluetooth logo. But this is where it must be. Okay, you got it. Look at that thing. All right, is this it? You think that's it?
Yeah, it has to be.
We still don't know much more. When I was throwing this up earlier, the ball, it felt like it was a little bit lopsided. It seems like that's heavy enough to make it wobble. Oh, yes. What's inside of this sensor that's inside the Wilson X ball?
Is?
What is it, liquid?
Oh, it's battery.
It's having a baby. Whoa! What?
I wonder if it moves inside that little capsule.
When the ball spins, it can sense the rotation of it. That is interesting. And on this top side, it looks like it's the battery, like right there.
Yeah.
It's got to have something to get that RFID chip.
So does it ever die?
I don't know. Well, I just chopped the battery out of it. That's a pretty heavy-duty battery. Will it run out of battery? It could. This is all the technology inside of it with the motherboard. The chips inside.
You can definitely see the chips.
To make a shot from anywhere on the court. Is it magic or is it magnets? Tiny magnets placed on the ball, ensuring a strong attraction to the metal rim. Watch. And needs more magnets. Barron gets more magnets. Don't believe me? Watch the NBA playoffs and you'll see there's really no other explanation.
Now we all know whenever you shoot a basketball, it's supposed to bounce off the rim if it doesn't go in, assuming you don't airball or flat out brick off the backboard. Now, I would love for somebody to explain this shot to me. Nigga, the ball is sitting on the top of the rim. It didn't bounce. And to all the trolls that love to say, oh, it's just physics, that's what a ball did that. I would love for you to physics your way out of this one, bitch. If you really think there's not magnets in this shit, after watching these, I don't know what to tell you. Now, I played basketball my entire life, and not once has this ever happened shooting the ball. The ball doesn't sit this long on the front of the rim and go in. If you say it does, you just playing 2K and you got a glitch.
I'd never heard about the magnets myself. I've heard a bunch of the other ways they rig the games, but not the magnets. That's really interesting. Makes sense now, too. You know, there'd be a way to funnel money to somebody. They have those in some of the games, you know, they'll give up somebody out in the audience like a shot from like mid-court, right? And if they make it, they win like a big amount of money or something. And I wonder how many of those have been set up. Says it's official. President Trump just signed an official order, and this is good. We did need this. I mean, better late than never.
Take some time, and I'll make the signature absolutely perfect, so it looks very good. So far, so good. Okay, so that's a big deal. Very proud of it. And I don't know how it can be challenged. You'll probably challenge it. You may find a rogue judge. You get a lot of rogue judges. Very bad people, very bad judges. But that's the only way that can be changed, and hopefully we'll win on appeal if it is, but I don't see how anybody can challenge it. I don't see how they can challenge it.
Cool. Well, let's hope it goes through. That's, you know, again, that's why in America, in so many different cities, the people are ruled by, you know, the people have to be ruled by these people they detest. You know, these people that are running the show are just all agenda, man, all narrative, all beast system, all the way, man, and it's never good for the people. So yeah, hopefully it'll help. This is a brand new package of Jimmy Dean bacon. But look what they're doing with this. We've seen this with some other products too. You can do this at Walmart. They always have the scales at least in the fruit and vegetable area there.
I just opened this Jimmy Dean hickory smoked bacon, 12 ounces. I was like, that's a little light. It's 10 ounces with the package. It's like 4 strips of bacon off.
Okay, so this underweight issue is something we see all the time in America. So let's just check the rules. Does bacon in America have to be at a marked weight that doesn't include the packaging, meaning just the bacon, not the packaging? Yes, in the United States, the marked weight on the bacon must reflect the weight of the bacon itself. This means
It's known as tare weight, T-A-R-E. Interesting. Yeah. I haven't really had any run-ins with... I showed this last night. It's a really good one. So watch the show from last night. This is a crazy story. This is the one with the pile of shoes, if you guys remember that from last night. A fossil of a 50-foot saltwater crocodile was discovered in Australia after a storm. Now imagine the power of this newly discovered 50-foot fossil. It could easily swallow a great white shark discovered at Cape Jervis, South Australia. Look at this thing. It's an old video too. Any of our Australian friends here today? I don't know. Or later, let us know if you know anything about this. I mean, it's almost just too perfect. Look at that. Now look at the eye. Like, eye still there. Got the slit. Huge dragon eye. Looks like. Or, what are they saying? Alligator. Close relatives. I would think. All right. Interesting. Is it real? That one wasn't great. This lady died for 4 minutes and encountered God. Wait for her description. Let's check a few minutes of this out.
And I went to heaven, and I just want to document what I saw because I saw a lot of things. I had a medical emergency, and I was out for...
By the way, this is her audio. It's up all the way. I told you doing these shows, sometimes some of the clips will be a little lower, sometimes higher. So just keep that in mind. There's nothing else I can do, but hopefully you can hear it enough. Let me know in live chat. If not, I'll just move on to the next video. But let me know in live chat if you can hear her good enough.
about 4 minutes until my husband could get me breathing again. And I just remember being greeted by my uncle and my grandma and my grandpa. My grandma, I've never met her before. She died before I was born. And my grandpa had Alzheimer's for a good part of my teenage years, so I didn't really know him very well. My Uncle Ted and I were really close. My Uncle Teddy Bear was my best friend. But my grandpa didn't look old. He looked like a younger version of himself. He had brown hair. He was very handsome. My grandma, she was beautiful. She was so beautiful. She had big, bright, greenish, bluish eyes. She had a mole on her chin. She had light brown, blondish hair, and her hair was short. She had these colors around her that I'd never seen before, but they were really close to pink and blue. And she hugged me and she told me how beautiful I was. My Uncle Teddy Bear said that he loved me, and then I don't know where I was, but any problems that I wasn't going to need to go to the hospital, so I didn't go to the hospital, and I've been fine. I feel a quick interaction, but everything happened really slowly at the same time. And then I felt him pick me up with his hand, and he said, "You have to go back now." And I could feel myself moving through time and space really fast.
All right, I think we got most of it. Thanks, lady. Somebody said she looks like a lib or something, but see, to me, then these are the people that really need these experiences. I mean, I'm glad she had an experience, and, I pray for her. I hope she finds Jesus through this. That's how I always try to look at things. You don't have to look at it like I do, but, pray for these people, pray for them. Pray for the people who are worldly, who are stuck in it. They really need it. We don't know their story or why they're in that situation, why they think that way, whatever. But anyway, let's check this out. Have you ever heard a cat, a dog, or a serpent speak? This is a wild one. It's from Willie Simmons on TikTok.
Relay my stories because maybe you've had stories like this and someone else can relate to it. You're not crazy. I think this has something that, let me just go over the story. We lived in the middle of a cotton field. So some days that we didn't have nothing to do, we would get to some of the other kids from the plantation when already got the news out, hey, we're going to go find a sufficient spot. Well, this particular day, I know that my brother Lovell, my brother Frank, excuse me, my brother Eugene, and if I'm not mistaken, it was a man called Lissar, a young man called Lissar, his father's name Mr. Saar. Anyway, we trying to find this little fishing spot. Now, we got to this little place where it was a barbed wire fence. You have to go over the barbed wire fence and then go down in the area and go down in the woods, in the thickets, and so that's what we did. One person put their feet on the barbed wire and held it up while somebody else crawled underneath. Then we all got to the other side, and we made our way down to this little spot. We found a little spot. It wasn't too big, but it was shaped like a little pond area full of water. So we figured, oh, this is a good spot, to try and fish at. So as we down there fishing, y'all, listen, that's why I say, no matter what you've seen or heard, you're not crazy. Because I'm not ashamed to tell what happened to me. Listen, out from one side of the pond came a school. Now I'm holding my hand like this because that's the way they were shaped. It was a school of water moccasins, cottonmouth moccasins coming out.
That's scary.
Those snakes were pretty big snakes. And as they was coming, they made a sound in the water like part in the water. And like I said, it was a V, and there was a whole bunch of them. But I'm gonna show you something. My brother Frank could always see things. When he was little, he would tell us stuff. Well, my friend said, don't go over there. Why not, Frank? He said, there's a big snake over there. Well, that was in the front of our house. It was a light pole, and it was a gravel road. And it's not likely, you know, the way he was talking, a big snake. My brothers went over there, and it was one of the biggest snakes laying by that light pole. My brothers always say, well, my friend told me. Anyway, my brother, later on, he went on to have his own construction and roofing company. So there's nothing wrong with my brother. He just had the gift of seeing, like a lot of y'all do. Let me get back to the pond and those snakes that we saw. Those snakes was coming in a V formation, and it was like making the sound part in the water, like that.
Scary visual.
We looked. Y'all, God opened up. We might have had the gift already. We had to. We know it's from God. The snake that was in the front told the rest of the snakes, I heard it, and my brother heard it. I didn't know at the time that my brother heard it. The snake in the front told the rest of the snakes to wait, stop, and look. Y'all, this is what we heard. As my brother, and as we looking at them, because they made that sound when they came out, it got everybody's attention. We look and we seen this whole school of cottonmouth coming in the pond, coming toward us.
Dang.
But they stopped. The reason they stopped, this is what God had us to hear. The snake that's in the front told the rest of them to stop. Now I'm going to prove this to you. After they stopped, the snake in the front was letting them know, we're going to get them together. Me and my brother hearing this.
Let's go.
When I started telling it, my brother, he finished it exactly word for word for what he heard. My brother said this right here. When they came up and they stopped, and when the snake said, we're going to get them together, my brother said, Frank, he said, on the count of 3, throw your pole and run. 1, 2, 3. By the time he got to 3, they had turned and they was coming. We all threw it and we all ran back. But we had to go underneath this barbed wire fence again, y'all. And we made it over, but those snakes was on us. You know, I think about when people say, well, I heard my cat talk. I've met a man, 2 men, that said they heard a cat speak. They said they was painting the house, and they was on the back porch, finished painting the back porch. And said this cat, the woman cat, was on the back porch, and said the cat kept walking back and forth, walking back and forth. So when the lady came to the door, and the lady was talking to the painters. The painters said they heard that cat say, can I come in now? In English, plain English. Listen, I put the stories out there. So if anyone else have heard something like this, you're not crazy. Ain't nothing wrong with you. It was a lady I was working for in Chicago, 1030 North Dearborn. The lady name was Miss Faye. The other lady name was Miss Shirley. They worked at the desk. I was the maintenance engineer.
Faith Shirley.
The head maintenance of that building. They used to always tell me, well, Gigi was saying this, and I used to look at him and laugh, because Gigi was a poodle. A poodle. A little dog, poodle. And I used to be laughing at him. And Faye one day said, you're going to hear. And it was just, to me, I was just making fun, just laughing. Well, at a certain time of the month, I would always go up with Miss Faye because it was rent. And a lot of the time, people paid in cash. So I would escort her to the door. I lived in the building, too. Me and Miss Faye was in the elevator, was going up, and we was talking about something. She would keep Gigi, the poodle, sometime because the lady that lived in the building, they was good friends. Y'all, I'm on the elevator with Miss Faye, and we just talking. I ain't thinking about nothing. Gigi was down there, and I was talking to Miss Faye about something, and that dog commented on what we heard, what we were saying, and I heard it plain as day. When I heard, I looked down and Miss Faith threw her hands back up and she just laughed. Thank God, Willie finally heard Gigi. Y'all, I heard it. Listen, we're living in a time now that everything is trying to be hid from us. If you notice, and I thank God for this, on my channel, you don't see no emojis too much. I haven't really seen them. Because when I first got this channel, I know God had set this channel up. God had me to do this, y'all. I had never did nothing like this. Here it is, 55,000 followers later. But I've never, and you know what I have? I have just a telephone. That's all I make my videos from is a telephone. As far as my what they call the face page, you don't see that set up and stuff because number one, I'm just giving you what I have from a phone. Love you. Hey family, I think this happened.
Yeah, I like him. I like his channel, Willie Simmons 082. If you want to come check him out sometime, it's got some amazing stories for sure.
Hey guys, Anthony here. I want to do it.
All right, Anthony. Oh, he's from Bibles and Barbells channel. He's showing that even in his neighborhood now they got the cameras up. Real quick though, I wanted to. Well, what are we? 2 hours in? Yeah, we're 2 hours in. 930 something amazing, awesome, critically thinking individuals sharing their precious time with me, man. So thanks for hanging out with me on a Saturday afternoon. It's always a pleasure. Thank you, Tamara. Thanks to all of you, of course, who've sent kind messages and support throughout the show. And C. Gato, always thank you. Shout out to the members here. I'll be doing that video of Chubbs on his favorite new cat tower here for you guys. Just a little something I can do to say thank you. You know, thanks for your support. I appreciate it. And yeah, shout out to my Subscribe Star fam. Thank you all. But yeah, most importantly, thank you for being here, and also thank you for watching later. Always, man. I appreciate you guys checking out my videos, shows, sharing, all that stuff, liking, you know, all that. What they always say: like, share, subscribe, right? But thank you. It's an honor to be here with you. All right, let's check this out. Continue on.
Quick video. If you look at that light pole.
Oh, I totally forgot. I was actually going to read this message from King of Kong. Dear KJ, made a discovery that proves people feeling that time is sped up. Matthew 24:22. I did the math. Going to email you. See the findings as proof. Thank you. And you know what? I've seen that scripture a few times. People have mentioned that about him, if not shortening the time, but nobody would survive, something like that in those days. But I don't know it. I'm not great at sometimes recalling my scripture perfectly. But no, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Good one. Very good one. Yep. It always goes back to the Bible, right?
Up ahead, I'll zoom in on it. Right where that white car just came in. There's a little camera there. I believe that's a flock camera or a plate reader. Let me zoom in. See, it's right here on that pole. I don't know if you could see there's like a little LEDs flashing that read the cars when they go through. I came through that way as well. I think that's part of the flock system. I'm here in Blakeney. It's an area of South Charlotte. And I'm waiting for someone. And I happened to stop and I was eating.
All right. Thanks, sir. We got it. Now I was eating the sandwich, and I got to tell you about the sandwich. They had mayonnaise and lettuce and pickles, and it's one of the best sandwiches. We want to know about the cameras, sir.
So if I told you that my dad signed an NDA to hunt something that wasn't supposed to exist, and that the people funding it weren't scientists, but billionaires, you wouldn't believe me, but this was posted on a forum where people share their real supernatural encounters, and the details are much more terrifying. So I found this story buried on a thread where people anonymously confess strange things that they've experienced or that they've witnessed or that they had heard of. And this one story was about this guy who he had posted it and said his father worked for a private maritime security in the early 2000s. He was a former Navy, he was quiet, he was disciplined, and he never really exaggerated anything. But when he was dying, he told his son something that he absolutely couldn't make sense of. And he said, "We weren't hunting sharks." Now, according to the post, his dad was contracted by a shell company connected to ultra-wealthy collectors, right? Like, the job was escort a research vessel about 200 miles off the coast, past normal shipping lanes, and there was no Coast Guard oversight, no official paperwork, and everything was sealed under NDAs. Now, the coordinates allegedly lined up disturbingly close to the area of the 1997 bloop, that sound that was detected by the Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. So the father told him that was the reason that the investors got interested in that area in the first place. And they weren't looking for treasure, they weren't looking for proof of anything like that, but for 3 nights, nothing happened. And just open ocean and sonar, anomalies that technicians blamed on like thermal layers and BS like that. However, on the fourth night, just after 2 a.m., the sonar technician froze dead in his seat, and something was moving beneath them. It wasn't swimming, but it was pacing, and it was matching the boat's speed, like nose to nose, and it was large, he said. Now, the dad and 2 others were ordered to deploy a baited cage, and it was of like raw tuna and animal blood and, nothing really scientific, not careful, just bait just thrown out there, right? Well, that's when the water started to vibrate. And the Post said his dad described a shape surfacing about 30 yards from the vessel. And at first, they thought it was, maybe a diver or pale, shoulders, long, like a long dark shark or something like that. But it wasn't treading water. It was perfectly still and it was watching them. Now, the deck lights flickered and the radios cut to static immediately. And then the thing submerged without a splash. And moments later, something slammed the underside of the boat, and it was hard enough to knock one of the crew off of his feet. So the billionaire guests on board, yes, they were physically there, started arguing, and one of them wanted to capture it alive, and another just wanted footage. And this guy's father said that they lowered a reinforced net into the water and they caught something. But when they started hauling it up, the screaming began. And it wasn't mechanical, it wasn't a whale. They said that it sounded human, but it pierced their ears. And the dad said that he dropped his gloves because whatever was in that net started thrashing in a way that didn't make biological sense one bit. It was too strong and it was too coordinated. Then one of the cables actually snapped and the net plunged back into the black water. And the ocean went silent again. No more vibrating, no more splashes, no wake, just complete silence. The investors shut the operation down immediately on the spot, and everyone signed amended NDAs with heavier penalties, and the sonar logs were confiscated immediately, and the footage was seized. But here's the part that made the post even more disturbing when I found it. When his dad came home, he stopped eating seafood, like entirely. Wouldn't even sit near it, and once just got, when he was watching this documentary about deep sea creatures, he muttered, "They're not animals." And he was younger and he didn't really pick anything up. But, before his dad died, he told his son something. And he said when the net came up for those few seconds under the floodlights, he saw a face. It wasn't a fish, but it was a human face with eyes that reflected like a cat's eyes or like a raccoon's eyes. And it had gills opening along the side of its ribs. Now, the forum post ended with this. He said, "Believe me or don't, but check missing yacht records from the region between 2003 and 2006. And there's a pattern. And my dad swore they weren't hunting a myth. They were trying to own one." So, Tell me, if creatures like that actually exist out there, do you think that they're hiding from us, or are we hiding from them?
Love it. If I told you, it's a good one. Good story time. One thing I started doing last night, I'd never really done before, because I played a lot of TikTok last night, is I'll open up the chat side, so I'll remember just throughout the video, I'll try to scroll every now and then if you guys want to check out chat and see what other people are saying about some of these videos. It's always interesting to put it together. That's what comment section's for. $3,000 for a forehead tattoo. Would you do it? For $3,000? Crap, no. This platform pays for anything. Check this out. This is really crazy.
A new website called Go is offering people money to complete real-world challenges. Some have tattooed their foreheads. Others have taken on increasingly extreme tasks for the chance to go viral. Well, the platform's creators call it a revolution. Critics, though, say it's a dangerous social experiment. And as Go continues to increase in popularity, many are asking if its cash for challenges model is pushing people over the edge in the thirst for money and fame. Our next report takes a closer look.
A website called Go has taken social media by storm.
Launched by crypto platform Pump.fun, Go allows users to post tasks online and offer cash rewards to anyone willing to complete them. The website's promise is simple: pay anyone to do anything. Users connect their X account and crypto wallet, create a challenge, lock money in escrow, and wait for someone to accept it. Then once a task is completed, Pump.fun reviews the submission and releases payment. Now, within hours of launch, the platform was flooded with challenges from around the world. Some were harmless, others quickly raised concerns. One of the most viral tasks saw an Indian man get $ bounty work tattooed across his forehead to claim a $3,000 reward. Others soon followed, posting their own forehead tattoos online. Another challenge offered thousands of dollars for an interview with people connected to a high-profile murder case. Then, another offered nearly $31,000 for a video of Hunter Biden saying a specific phrase. There have also been requests of public stunts, viral contests, and other attention-grabbing tasks. Now the platform's rapid rise has also sparked a rapid backlash. Critics have called it exploitative, unethical, and potentially dangerous. Even New York Governor Kathy Hochul joined the debate online, posting offering a bounty on the first bill introduced to ban this dystopian nightmare. Her comments quickly went viral and added to growing calls for greater scrutiny of the platform. Reports claimed that as many as 130 deaths were linked to the game. But years of investigation later revealed a very different story. Ministry of Home Affairs.
Yeah, that's a bad one. That game went viral, and yeah, it really did harm a lot of people. All right, let's move ahead, though. Trying to find the one where someone's tattooing their freaking forehead.
Or removed from the platform. The company says it can block tasks that are fraudulent, illegal, or violate its policies.
All right, I'll go and stop there. That's nuts. Hope you guys aren't rushing to that website. I mean, it's interesting, but I could see where it'd be really dangerous. It could be very dangerous. The platform will pay for anything, ask people to do anything. Like, yeah, I could see where that could quickly, especially with anonymity online, something like that could quickly go south, if you will. They're lying about the day. Oh man, this is such a good clip. I need to save this one double time. It's one of those. I put these in special areas, ones I want to remember. What a good clip. Here's what you need to know about the data centers, the way I see it. Check this out.
My name is Doug Seavey. I live at 3392 64th Street, Halo, Iowa. I've called the mayor and suggested that I get put on some kind of a committee because I'm Palo's resident expert. I build data centers, I own data centers. I built the first private data center in the state of Iowa, and everything that Google is telling you is BS. I have a data center right now that's running in Hiawatha, and I have been there 14 years and have never used 1 gallon of water. What Google isn't telling you is they don't want to use the technology because it costs more. They're going to burn through the water, and when it's done, and they don't care. Then they'll put the money in. And so I can guarantee you, if you guys want to start a committee, I'll volunteer because I'm the expert. I build them. I'm working on one right now. I'm working on one in Milwaukee. I live here, and if I told you on the phone, I called you and talked to you, and I said, you should really let me help you. I never heard anything back. And I warned you, I said, my well goes dry. I'm coming after you because I know what's going on. And you can't do this. You guys have to say no water. They don't have to have it. I mean, to give you an idea, you people, how many people in here have heard of Unity Point Health? Okay, all right. I have 100% of their IT in my data center, and I've never used a gallon of water. And I'm the most efficient data center in the world. So this is all crap, and you guys don't want to listen. In fact, I called you and said, maybe we should talk. Never heard back from
They
you.
don't want to lose their money.
So if you guys want to put a committee together, you can call me. I'll tell you the truth, and I can explain everything to you how this works, because they're lying to you. Big time. There's absolutely no reason to use a gallon of water. And the same thing on the efficiency of the electricity. They're doing the cheapest way they can. All they want to do is get the gravy, and when it turns to shit, they're gone. Google is not our friend. So anybody wants to talk to me, I'll sit over here afterwards and I'll explain it to you. So if you would like, I would be more than happy to be on your committee to work on this, because I am the expert. I build them. I know. Thanks.
Thank you, Doug.
Yes. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Protect that man at all costs. Said a little prayer for him, too. Troublemakers like this, the enemies don't like that. Because he knows what he's talking about. I want to see him on the news. Like, let's get him out there, keep him protected. Another delivery person caught on security cam is taking this stuff. So here's the thing. I've seen some videos over the last several months. People keep catching these delivery drivers stealing stuff. So this guy tries to do it right here. It shows you how it's done. They'll set it down, take the picture, then they pick it up and walk away with it. But this time, there's a little surprise waiting for him. Watch closely here. Oh, I don't think I can play it because I can't play the audio because it's, it's Radiohead. People use that all the time. It always triggers on YouTube. But just watch closely. Here's how they do it. Now look, little boy shows up looking at his package. He's probably waiting on it. Dude takes a picture, picks it up. Oh, ho! Realizes the kid's watching. You want it? He says, returns the package. And fire these jerks, please, man. Get rid of these people. It's just so not cool. Right in front of the little one. I'm glad he was there. For those who say there is no election fraud in California, I think we got enough on all that. We know there is. We know it's stacked. When the men in black came looking for this man at his job from back in the day, his old school video, long before AI. This has been around for a long time. Check it out.
Approached me, and he kind of had a weird look on his face, and he said to me, can we go in your office and talk? I brought him into my office, and he says, something really weird happened here yesterday, and you weren't here. And he said, there's a couple guys in here looking for you. And I said, a couple guys? What do you mean? And he said, well, this is really hard for me to say. He said, but there's a couple really strange-looking men that were here, and they kind of freaked everybody out, and they were asking questions about you. And, of course, now I'm getting a little bit nervous, and I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said, well, they were, he goes, I don't know how to describe them except for extremely odd-looking. They were really, really tall, he said, and they were identical height. They were the exact same height. They were wearing the exact same clothes, and they had the exact same faces, like they were twins. And he said they were wearing black suits, black trench coats. They were wearing like the old-fashioned fedora hats. They had extremely, extremely pale skin. And he said they came in and they looked around a little bit and they asked for you. And I said, I'm sorry, he's actually not working today. And it seemed like they didn't believe me, so they started to walk around the hotel, and shortly after they went to the tour desk, and he goes, I got busy. I started to have to bring cars around and get luggage, and by the time I came back, they were gone. But he goes, they freaked me out, and I really wanted to tell you that there were these weird guys in here looking for you. So, of course, now I'm a little bit skeptical and I'm a little bit freaked out all at the same time. So the first thing I do is I run into my security office, because I know how to work the security system, and I rewound the cameras, and sure enough, here comes two gentlemen through the front door looking exactly how he described. Then the next day, I was talking with my tour desk, and one of them asked to talk to me. She came in my office, the same as my bellman, and she said, I need to tell you about something that happened. I heard that you heard that there were some men looking for you. And I said, yes. And she said, they asked a few questions about you, and they said strange things that I didn't understand. And they were talking about governments and conspiracies, and none of it made any sense to me. But she goes, they were very, very scary. And I said, well, why were they scary? And she said, they had no facial hair, none. She said they had no eyebrows, no eyelashes, nothing. Their hair looked like they had a wig on, like it was attached to their hat, like it wasn't even real. And she said, and the scariest thing, their eyes were so big and so blue that they almost hypnotized me a little bit. And she goes, and you're going to think I'm crazy when I tell you this, but I swear they knew what I was thinking.
There's that telepathy thing.
I swear, and I
It's in
don't
Disclosure
think I'm crazy,
Day.
but I don't even know how they could do it, and I don't know why I'm even telling you this. She goes, so I started to think about things other than you, and I don't even know if it worked. And she started to cry, and she said one more thing before she left. She said, these men, they didn't blink. Not once did I see them blink.
Interesting. Interesting way to end it. I wanted to hear more of it. I always want to hear more of some of these, man. All right. It's a good one, though. Let's move on. The Men in Black gonna come get you. Make you forget everything. A Texas farmer donated land for a public park. Then the city sold it to a data center hey, for $10 million. So that committee did really well. The Bland family deeded 88 acres as parkland for children to play, but after several ownership swaps, it was sold to build an AI slop facility. Wonderful.
The Bland family had promised my dad that he was going to make it.
This is the land Taylor resident Pamela Griffin grew up on.
When I was a little girl, the Bland family had promised my dad that he was going to make it become a park.
It used to be her and her siblings' playground, but could soon turn into a home for dozens of computer servers.
Everything around our environment that we have now, we're going to lose.
This is the land.
See, man, just, straight facts right there. It's sad to see people suffering again because of these things. But I get it. I know what time it is. Hey, we are the final generation from Ashley Hayes. Let's check a few minutes.
I hear these things all the time. Just talk about Jesus. Just share the gospel. Stop trying to scare people. Stop the fear mongering. Stop the constant end times talk. And it's funny to me. It's always funny to me because I am talking about Jesus when I talk about the end times. Everything that I talk about always points back to Christ. Listen, just because you don't want to hear it doesn't mean that God doesn't want it spoken. Some of you have your heads so far down in the sandpit, and that is your choice. That is your choice to ignore the signs that God gave us coming to fruition. It is your choice to ignore what is happening in the world. It is your choice to be asleep like the world is. Judgment is coming. It is literally at our doorstep. People can look outside. They can tell that something is wrong. They can feel it. People need to know what is really happening. They need to know why it's happening, and they also need to know what is coming. And God has appointed some of us in the body of Christ, because there are different purposes, right? But he has appointed some of us to sound the alarm and sound it constantly, consistently, and boldly. Listen, y'all, the Bible talks about a time where people will become a part of a system. They will receive a mark. They will become a part of a system. And if they reject being a part of that system, if they reject the mark, they will be cut off from society and beheaded. But the Bible talks about a period of time where humanity will literally be merged with a system. And what do we have going on outside right now? We now have these big things being built all over our world. And I have to censor myself here, so just bear with me. But we have these big things being built all over our world. Together with the number 6 and the letter G, up to the number 8, along with the word smart and then the word dust, and then along with frequency, They are turning human beings into living transmitters, living receivers that will help power the system that is mentioned in the book of Revelation. They are harnessing the power of the human nervous system. Now, these big things have quantum computers in them. And if you do a little research on these quantum computers, you will find that they are essentially creating bridges to other dimensions. They are essentially portals. These big things that we are watching right now in real time get built in front of our eyes are the anchors to the system that the book of Revelation mentions. They are building a living system that will incorporate, that will be merged with the human nervous system, that will literally merge with human beings. They are building the Tower of Babel 2.0 right in front of our faces. Human beings are being mapped. We are being checked to see if we are compatible with this system or not. As Sister Tara pointed out in her video, they are checking to see who has the Holy Spirit and who doesn't. Because if you have the Holy Spirit residing in you, the living Spirit of God, you are not compatible with this system. This is happening now. It is time to face reality. It's time to face the truth that biblical prophecy is unfolding right in front of our eyes. It is time for some of you to take your heads out of the sand. And you know, unfortunately, the period of time that we are in, the majority of the world have heard that Jesus loves them. They have heard that Jesus died for them. And you know what? Unfortunately, it goes in one ear and out the other. For a lot of people, not all, but a lot of people, we are at a point where they need to feel the urgency. We need to come in from a different angle for them to wake up, for them to sit up and take things seriously, take their eternity seriously. And like I said before, the body of Christ has many different parts, many different purposes. But God has chosen, He has anointed some of us to focus on sounding the alarm. Y'all, I have a fire inside of me to talk about the times that we are in, to talk about the fact that we are in the last hour, to expose the darkness, to call out the deception, to point to the deception that is literally already here, you know, to rattle cages a little bit. And you know, the thing is, people think this is bad. People think that this is scary, that this is nerve-wracking, that, you know, this is stressful. What is happening in the world right now, people have no idea what is coming. And I don't say that to scare anybody. I don't say that to instill fear. I say that to speak the truth to you all out of love, because judgment is coming. I say these things to make some of you sit up and take what is happening seriously. I say these things to point to Christ. Demons are about to flood this earth, literally and physically, in the flesh. Hell is about to open up. Entities are about to be seen and walk around this earth, and it is going to cause people to drop dead. Their hearts are going to stop because of how scared they're going to be. We're going to have meteors. We're going to have hail the size of cars. We're going to have plagues, famine, the literal beasts of the earth, the entities from before the flood, things that they have been making in labs, hybrid entities that are programmed with AI to literally hunt you down and kill you, are going to be released.
Yep. Just yep. Thanks, Ashley. I found her long ago. The reason I share a lot of her clips is because I'm such on the same page. We're on the same page on so many things. And so, yeah, I appreciate that. I think she's a wise lady, you know. There, I said it. It's pretty obvious that, you know, I like what she says. We see a lot of her. BMW lady discovers her fancy new ride has a built-in interior camera watching her every move. Man, these new vehicles just keep getting bad reports. And it's all surveillance, you know.
Well, BMW has gotten on the bandwagon with the whole surveillance thing. We have had BMWs for years, and my husband just got a new one. Beautiful car. I get in, and looking at the apps, which everything is so freaking hard to find nowadays, and you've got this. I'm like, interior camera? What the fuck is an interior camera? Well, according to chat, it is a camera that can be, I don't know, just watches you in here. It can take screenshots, it can record. If you have the app, you can watch somebody that's driving your car, which is creepy weird. So I'm like, all right, where's the camera? Well, here's the camera. I mean, it's in plain sight, right there. See it? Right above.
Perfect.
Right there. So I just took a Amazon return to Kohl's, and when you get a return, they give you a coupon. Well, there is a little sticker.
Perfect. So
I just tore a piece off of it. And I'm going to do what I do with my computer.
Be careful what you
'Cause
say.
that's creepola.
Also, they're listening.
Somebody's watching me.
Look at that. That's what it looks like. Yeah, it's just so gross. I hate it. I hate the surveillance. New car, man. Got your brand new BMW. Oh, boy. It's a lot of different vehicles, though. It's not just... It's like it's all the new ones. It says, I can't believe this is real. A woman who works for California State Parks says they're not legally allowed to clear the brush in Los Angeles. Oh, my gosh. But not surprised, right? I mean, all these criminals making these laws, creating chaos, heisting elections.
I have just learned the craziest thing that literally nobody will care about outside of LA and California. But I was just here in my neighborhood, hold on, where I'm living currently, and all this state land. You can see the brush up there. So that's state-owned land. And I've been complaining that, well, gosh, we are all clearing our brush, but they aren't clearing theirs. Like, what's going on with that? And I see this woman there taking pictures with a state parks shirt on, and I said, hey, are you guys going to clear the brush? This is great. She goes, well, no, we're issuing a permit for the homeowners. I'm like, well, what do you mean? And she tells me, and I have not fact-checked this, so somebody else can, but she tells me that there's legislation, she didn't know if it was at the state or the city level, saying that the California state parks are not allowed to clear the brush. They're not allowed to clear the brush because if they cleared it by some homes, they would have to clear it by the entire state. So they're, quote, not allowed to clear the brush, but they're allowed to issue a permit so that homeowners can clear the brush behind their houses for up to 130 feet. So all of these homes that back up to state land that isn't clear, and they're at a clear danger for a wildfire, aren't allowed to touch it. They have to get a permit to clear their brush and pay for it. And it's not their land. It's not cheap to clear, I don't even know, it's like an acre of land. It's a lot. You can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. So, those homeowners are doing us all service because they're preventing it from climbing up the back of the hill. Also, I want to point out that this brush land that I was just pointing at is next to a fire station. Literally next to the fire station.
All right. Moving on. Who is this guy? Is it Wall Street Apes is doing this? I don't know. Not that I'm complaining, but okay, I'll move on. It's so messed up, isn't it? They make all these messed up rules. They do all this stuff on purpose. But there's coming a day and a time for everyone, every man and woman, is going to have to stand before the Lord, kneel before the Lord, confess Jesus' name. Man, that's going to be, what a paradox. That's going to be the most, incredible beyond imagination day for some people and the very worst beyond imagination for others. Can you imagine? It's going to be drama. You like drama? It's going to be drama. I think there's going to be some drama. And it doesn't have to be that way. Please choose Christ. Just accept that free gift of salvation. Get your soul sealed till your day of redemption, and which draws nigh. So
thousands saw this clip and believed that 12-foot-tall aliens are roaming the area. But what really happened in that Miami mall that night? On January 1st, 2024, just after midnight, chaos erupted outside the Bayside Marketplace in Miami, Florida. Official reports say it was just a fight between a group of 50 to 60 teenagers causing chaos, which involves fireworks. The internet wasn't convinced. Multiple people who were at or near the Bayside Marketplace that night claimed they saw something not human.
Everybody was nosy. And as soon as it started popping, this thing started glowing and it started going like a force field. Woo, 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 woo. Started glowing and it looked like somebody put a foot out like that.
It's like LA
And then somebody put a hand out like that. And then all you see was this. All you see was like this, an image like that. That's all I seen. This was all glowing, so it was bright. This.
Eyewitnesses described tall, shadowy figures, standing anywhere from 8 to 10 feet tall, with glowing eyes and unusual movement, as if they were gliding or sprinting unnaturally fast. Some said the beings were black, featureless shapes, almost like cloaked.
Man, that's huge. Where was it? Yeah, look at the size of it in comparison to this little bitty police officer standing here. Look at that. Here's the police officer. And then this like the legs of the thing. I mean, it's big. And I did videos on it. I showed you some other clips, even some stuff that I don't know if other people had noticed, but I showed you a tall creature disappearing in front of some cars as they were all backed up, like almost on the crosswalk. Anyway, there's some really wild stuff. And then one lady captured the best footage I'd seen, and I shared that in there too, of clearly there was a tall shadow creature thing walking. It was like, again, near a parking lot, I think that was.
Black, featureless shapes, almost like cloaked figures, while others swore they saw them standing on rooftops or moving between cars in the parking lot. Several videos captured during the chaos seemed to show distorted silhouettes or figures flashing past the camera, which only fueled the belief that something otherworldly had appeared that night. While none of these claims were officially verified, the consistency in descriptions across dozens of unconnected social media posts is what made the conspiracy take off. TikTok, X, and Reddit are flooded with slowed-down footage, color-adjusted frames, and users claiming to have enhanced the clips to reveal something inhuman. In some, you can almost make out a tall silhouette. In others, it's just shadows and chaos. But that didn't stop thousands from stitching their own theories. And something strange enough that the official explanation didn't quite cover it. Skeptics argue it's a classic case of mass hysteria amplified by social media.
Satanic panic.
One person misinterprets a shadow, says alien, and within minutes, a dozen others think they...
No, I don't think that's what it was. Even some people have theorized that there could have been some Havana syndrome type stuff happening there, if you know what I'm talking about. Like a mass kind of experiment on the people, you know, like that's why some people think that, you know, it like wiped from people's memories, and there's all these weird things with memory during it and the way people were feeling and thinking. And so it's just a theory I'm throwing out there. I don't know, but perhaps maybe it'll have something to do with whenever they actually bring him in, you know, I don't know. Meeting an alien hybrid. Let's check out this young man's story.
This focus of creating hybrids to the integration of hybrids into human society.
It's already happened.
So when you were abducted, you were no longer taken into a ship. The sequence of your abduction happened in your town. You were taken and helped them get social security numbers, driver's licenses, how to drive a car. You were taken into their home. They live together. These are now hybrids. They live 2, 3 of them in the same house.
Okay.
And they go like, we decorated this. Is it good? And then you might say, well, yeah, but you're missing a TV. And that would be kind of weird. Everyone has a TV. So I was once at a conference, and afterwards this woman comes up to me. And she says to me, my mom gave birth to me at the hospital. They were there outside the window looking in. And then she starts telling me, you know, the subdivision that I live in, there's a lot of them there. And they say hi to me because they know me, and they smile at me. And then she starts to go into details, and it matches exactly what, you know, researchers are saying about the fact that they live in subdivisions, and there's a security agent. They want to make sure that, and the, you know, the abductees there as well. Like there's a whole, way this thing is, and this was in a town called Oshawa. Many other people said that they were aware of this, who were like researchers in that town. And then I looked into her eyes. You know how when you look into someone's eyes, there's a softness. Your intention penetrates their eye. Her eye had a wall. I had never experienced this ever in my life. It was a wall. The energy of my mind hit that wall and came back to me. And then she caught me. I was caught doing that, and she just stopped talking and looked at me and smiled. They kind of look into your eyes to access your mind. And so she was talking about the hybrids that live in the subdivision. And as she was talking, this guy comes, and he's so tall, like a basketball player. And he moves very quickly. It's like I don't see his face. And he bends down and says something in her ears. And then she says, I'm coming, I'm coming. And it was like, they didn't want her to talk to me. That was on a Tuesday. Thursday and Saturday, my studio was broken into and my laptops were stolen. Really? Yes. And it was very interesting. I mean, it was clear that my office was a target. So there's a lot of effort for them to keep this under wrap.
Man, that's cool. That's a really interesting story. Really like that. How about you? Do you live in any weird subdivisions that have its own security and your neighbors maybe seem a bit Stepford, you know? Oh, okay. So here's something that I wanted to share because I've mentioned this in the past, you know, about Oklahoma. It's like my home state. Left for the military years ago, then had a whole series of misadventures and finally came back. But it's a very conservative state. It's in the Bible Belt. It's considered a red state. But in this state, there's one very liberal city comparatively, and that's the city I'm in and currently, but it's called Norman. And this is actually filmed in Norman. I didn't realize it at first, and I was like, oh, crap, this is like my haunts. You know, like I know this area. This is, I think, over on Main Street. But check out this Karen, you know, and again, this very liberal city, so, don't be surprised, but this Karen you're about to see, unfortunately, there's definitely a lot of these types out here, I'll say, for sure. It's not terrible, but it's here. And these are some taking your child's life people, if you know what I'm saying. So let's see how this goes down.
Let me see your permit.
Oh, they're at the Art Walk, which is free to the public, like once a month.
Let me see your permit.
What's that?
I need to see your permit.
Okay.
For the $35 permit that's required for
Oh,
art.
I don't have to have a permit for that.
You want to walk down there with me? So
It's just this is just
This is an event, and when you come and you set up this, you have to have a permit.
Well,
so
no,
I'll
that's
either
not
walk
true.
it. Okay, I'll be right back.
It's just freedom of speech.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll see you in a sec. Do you want me to walk down with you somewhere?
He wants to walk around.
Where do you want to walk down to?
So the depot is in charge of Art Walk.
Okay.
We've already spoke about y'all at Norman City Council. Talked to our mayor about you.
Are you on the city council?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
However,
that would be cool.
you have to have a permit to have your setup. So
See, we talked to the police,
Okay, I'll be right back.
and the police do not believe we have to have a permit. They know that this is free speech, free assembly.
You said you were gonna go take me somewhere, give me some paperwork or something. You were
I
gonna come
did.
back. What'd they say?
So I brought back what we needed. Thank you.
Just the tuba?
Oh no.
So, what'd they say? They said, no, they're allowed to be here, free speech, public,
Oh yes.
public
Well,
right away.
they actually said we're so excited because we found out that when you come to Art Walk, you don't have to have a $35 permit if you're not charging any money.
That's right.
So we're going to turn it
here.
political,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
We don't have to charge anything to set up a corner at Art Walk.
Don't touch that. Don't touch that.
That's not our
Do not touch that. Well, if you put it in my hand, I'm going to grab it.
Do you think your wife's going to approve of this?
There you go. Yep. So there you have it. Someone said, what's a Karen? That was a Karen. You said someone that cares too much? No. No, they're authoritarian. They're annoying. It's a spirit, man, because there's so many people that they have it. I see it. We see it all the time. The famous Karen meme. It's unfortunate, but it's true. And it's, again, like over and over, it's a lib white lady, man. And it's just, I think I've shared enough examples I'm sure you've seen enough on your own. Multiple California ballots found inside LA County Library. So the heads up there. There's so many stories popping out like that. I mean, it's just so obvious. You know what I mean? That's why let's see if something happens. Here's a good one. How people get brainwashed without realizing it.
You've totally got it. And I would say this for anybody out there, that you're trying to go through this and you're having a hard time. I get it. It's totally tough. The number one way that we influence another human being, let me just kind of metaphor this for 1 second. When you watch a hypnotist, and hypnosis is fun, anybody can learn to do it. It's a pretty easy thing. So it looks very dramatic, but one of the things you'll see me do at the beginning of that is like, go ahead and give me your hand, and I'll hold their hand for a second, like put both hands out like this, and then flip them over. That's great. Now just to test your eyes really quick, look all the way up and look all the way down, look all the way left, look all the way right. All right, then spread your feet a little further apart, a little closer together. Actually, no, face this way. And I want to make them do like 50 things. None of the things that I just did with them are meaningful. None of them. Everything was micro compliance. So this is how social media starts roping you in. This is how politics starts roping you in. This is how cult leaders will recruit you into a cult. Micro compliance. And you don't realize that you're going through this massive amount of compliance. So like you go through a doctor's physical and they go through like this 90-point checklist. They've made you do 50 things, and then they recommend a weird drug, or they recommend you get on some other drug. Take some time to think about it, because our brain is hardwired for these micro compliances. So I say this to say that if you're going through any of these things and you're trying to change your beliefs, or you're trying to change something in your body, use what works for brainwashing and figure out a way that you can get micro compliance with your own goals on a very regular basis. Small little wins, so your brain has that, just like hypnosis, just like cult recruiting, just like brainwashing. Small little things at the very beginning. So everything in influence should be looked at as a wedge. Everything.
It reminds me of that famous study they did where they got people to give electric shocks to other people, the Milgram obedience experiment.
Yeah.
And they managed to get a member of the public to give another member of the public lethal electric shocks, just through sort of micro compliance, but also through authority, because the experimenters were like wearing white jackets, white overalls, etc.
And here's the second thing in that experiment that's gonna perfectly tie back to this. So this experiment that you're talking about happened at Yale University. It was 1962. And there's tons of data on it, but essentially strangers would shock another person seemingly, or what they thought was, to death, just because some dude in a lab coat told them to. But what they didn't account for, and even Dr. Milgram's book was called Obedience to Authority. They thought it was all about the authority, the lab coat, the guy's tall, it's a professional setting. But really think about, if you go back to our ancestors, like the most important resource to your ancestors was focus. There's nothing more important than focus. And the number one way to generate focus, and if I don't have your focus, I can't command authority, right? So focus is always first. Focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. Those are the four things that govern a mammal. All mammals, dolphins, doesn't matter. So I have to have focus before authority, and they didn't talk about that. And the way to get focus is through novelty.
Novelty meaning?
Something unexpected is occurring. So like if you walk past the same bush every day 10,000 years ago, and your job is to carry fish from the river, and suddenly you walk past that bush and you hear a big ass stick snap. All of your focus, all of it is on that stick. It's not on your kids, it's not on your health, it's not on anything that's going on. It's to this new unexpected piece of information. That hijacks our brain. Anything novel hijacks our brain. So if you see and it follows that pathway, focus, then authority, and then tribe, what's everybody else doing, and then emotion. Then how do I feel about it? So and what happens is we are hardwired to respond to these things. You cannot decide not to respond to novelty. Your head turns to loud sounds, all this stuff happens. So the way that, if you're trying to do this, like brainwash yourself, is change your house up.
Good one. Chase Hughes. That's his name, yeah. Chase Hughes. Oh, yeah, and I failed to mention there's also the Kevins, I think they call them. So there's male versions of the Karen, right? But even those typically turn out to be older white or middle-aged white lib men. That's kind of how it works. Typically, typically. It says, can someone explain why this happens? This baby literally has an off switch. All right, let's see what that is. Check this out. This is pretty interesting. Call this a doom break for sure.
My baby literally has an off switch, like she's hypnotized. Whenever I call for my wife's name, she knocks out. Watch. Ready? Gila! Can someone explain this to me? Easy peasy.
Wow.
And here is a compilation that I recorded from virtually every single night of her just lopping and passing out whenever I say my wife's name. Just Gila and then out. So I don't know what this is about. If anyone has any experience, if they can let me know. And this one, she hit her head.
Wow.
Gila.
Dang.
Gila.
Baby.
Gila.
Wow.
Ready? Gila.
My baby.
You know, it reminds me, of course, it's funny, we covered this last night. I showed you guys some of the Jessica stuff. Like there's a whole trend on TikTok where typically it's moms, but I've seen some dads. So moms and dads, they call out the name Jessica around their little babies, and the babies kind of spaz out, and it's kind of like with or they quiet up. Sorry, that's what happens. So when they call Jessica, the baby's crying or acting up, the second the parent calls Jessica, the baby stops. It's pretty crazy, right? So I wonder what's going on here. I have to start putting stuff together. I may even need to resave this one right here, but because then there's also the whole Alexa thing. We've seen there's lots of videos on that. It started, I guess, about a year and a half ago or so now. But the trend where people were recording their little ones and they'd say Alexa, and the children would run in fear. Some of them, we saw it last night. Many of them fall down into what looks like a worship position, strangely enough. But they all freak out. So, and now we got this one. So I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? What do you think? Let us know. Neitha Raman tied to homeless non-government organization receiving $600K. We get it, man. We got it. I think we're pretty good on all that. Another UFO was just filmed over Brazil. It's a good one. Look at this one.
UFO was filmed over Brazil. And guys, this is not the first time this UFO has been seen over that country. Take a look at this clip right here. I wouldn't even be posting this UFO video if it wasn't for the video that follows after this, so just bear with me. This footage was taken over Sao Paulo, Brazil, June 7th, 2026. This UFO appears to be some kind of lit-up cylindrical flying cigar type UFO, and it's just another in a long line.
There's a whole history on those. I did video long ago over on the Scariest Movie Ever, but it's called the Velixi, and it's believed that these are some of the vehicles that the Halluminati travel around in. It's a whole interesting thing on that. If you're interested in the side quest.
Of sightings that have been coming out of Brazil over the last 2 weeks. Now look at this clip of the same UFO that was filmed back in 2024 over Brazil yet again. Take a look at this. This piece of footage right here is the reason I'm making this video. Guys, it's the same object. I've seen UFOs like this before on video, but I've only seen a couple of them, and the fact that this object was recorded twice over the same area of the world within, 7-8 months of each other, unbelievable. This footage was taken October 24th, 2025, and the footage from the previous clip was taken June 7th, 2026. Both over Brazil. Unbelievable. I don't know what's going on in the skies over Brazil, but this place has long been a UFO hotspot. I have several videos I'm going to be posting.
All right, that's it. But yeah, the cylindrical UFO, perhaps Velixi, has been being seen for a long time. Real famous one went semi-viral years ago when it happened, but there's a video of one of them entering, was the Papatau or something, volcano? Papacotau, I don't remember the name, something like that, volcano. But you actually saw one go right into it. It's like, whoa. Bacon at Dunkin' Donuts looks very fake. Man, it does. Look at this. This was a bummer. I haven't been to Dunkin' Donuts in a long time. But I remember one of the last times I went, they had an applewood bacon, egg and cheese croissant sandwich. That was just so good, man. So good, I thought. But hey, let's see what's new.
We just went to a Dunkin' Donuts, didn't realize it was kosher. Let me show you the bacon real quick. What the fuck is that? It stained the fucking cheese. It smells like fucking dog food. Like it. What the fuck?
No, according to Duncan, the bacon is real that they're using, but it's extremely processed. It's pre-cooked. It contains a bunch of sugars, additives.
That looks so gross. And honestly, that's not at all the way the bacon used to look. At least when I had that sandwich. Yeah, here we go. Look at this. Big difference.
And so I went and I found some images that, what they advertise the bacon to look like. And, I mean, it looks nothing like the bacon that they put on their sandwiches.
That's what it looked like when I had it.
It looks like they've changed something.
That sucks. Man, that really... I'm going to have to go to a Dunkin' sometime and order one of these sandwiches again and see if that's true out here. Because that is gnarly. Man, look at that gross stuff. Yuck. It just doesn't even look edible, does it? It looks 3D processed. Maybe. Japan for Jesus. Love to see it. Love it. Yeah, Japan needs Jesus. Good to see it. Get so many interesting brothers and sisters to meet when we get there. Illinois Democrats are getting ready to force residents to pay registration fees and get insurance on their own electric scooters. Man, bleeding the people dry, some of these politicians, eh?
If you have an e-bike or electric scooter, you will soon have to register it like you would your car.
And children alike really do not understand how fast these vehicles can travel until something happens.
At a news conference today in Chicago at a children's hospital, advocates, doctors, and lawmakers talked about the state's first comprehensive framework on electric transportation devices. It would require owners of, say, an e-bike or an e-scooter that can go faster than 28 miles per hour, have a driver's license, title, registration, and insurance. The bill is trying to regulate electric modes of transportation in order to make them safer. The legislation now heads to the governor's desk.
Democrats are at it again in Illinois. This time they want to charge you for riding a e-bike.
Here's some e-bikes.
Now let's see what one of these things actually looks like.
Here's bleeding the people dry, right? Get money out of them any way you can. Got some new rules and laws for you. This one, I don't know if can we play trailers on these live shows? I don't know I'm not sure how that works. Sometimes it seems they're not crazy about it. This is a pretty crazy looking movie though called Wellfall, coming out October 16th. I love that they're already advertising movies after the summer because I'm going to be ready for some cooler weather. Looks really wild, but it reminded me of Jonah and the Well, obviously. So this is one I'm going to have to watch because this young man gets swallowed up by a whale, as you can imagine. And it's called Wellfall. So yeah, Jonah and the Whale movie coming out October 16th.
Guys, okay. This is gonna sound insane. I am off trail hiking about a mile off the trail, just kind of meandering through the trees. And I almost walked right through these two trees. And I got a feeling and I stopped dead in my tracks. Let me show you the two trees right here. Right here. All right, so I'm actually on the back side of this, I guess you would say, because let me show you around. Just the mountain kind of drops off right down here. And so I came from the road up there all the way down and have been meandering along the mountainside right here and almost walked through these two trees right here. I don't know what I believe in when it comes to portals, but I can tell you that I'm not going to walk in between these two trees. What if I vanish out here and you guys never see me? And that was it. So, gonna walk around. Guys.
It's pretty wild. I mean, he said he had a feeling when he got there. And me being a feeler the way I am, I trust that. I would go with that. If you get that stop, feeling, then stop. Turn around. Because there's just weird stuff out there in them there woods. More driverless trucks are on our roads. This is called the Gatik AI. 26 and 30-foot box trucks that drive 100% without a driver. There you go. Welcome to the future, y'all. More jobs lost. I don't like it.
Never seen these before, but there was 3 that I just passed up. These are called Gatik autonomous delivery trucks. I'm not sure what that's about. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. But these guys are out on the roads. Looks like they're just gonna be autonomous delivery vehicles or something.
Post-human existence.
That's what's going on in Phoenix.
So the question on everyone's mind is how many jobs are these driverless trucks going to eliminate? And this one AI company already has contracts with Pepsi, Walmart, Kroger, and other Fortune 50 grocers and retail. So how many jobs are we actually talking here that these things are going to eliminate for truckers? Now, if you go down here, it says that there are 3.5 million truck drivers in the US. So how many is this going to get rid of? So with full autonomy, you're looking at 400,000 jobs eliminated. And if you look at the broader industry, you're looking at 4.4 million drivers reduced by 2030.
2030.
What are people going to do?
Well, hopefully they go to heaven. We'll see. Hopefully they decide to not get on the spaceship, if that's an offer. Disclosure Day. Okay, check this out. As we said, Disclosure Day just came out yesterday, and the 3rd batch of UFO files from the government.
If the prediction that Brazilian psychic made is true about what's going to happen on June 24th in Miami at a large sporting event, then they ain't playing fair. So there's a psychic from Brazil that has been accurate with a lot of her predictions. She said that this June, at a large sporting event in Miami, a mothership will appear. And this said mothership will take 700 people. You heard what I just said? The psychic predicted that a mothership will appear at a large sporting event, and you know which large sporting event is happening on June 24th in Miami. And when that mothership appears, it will leave with 700 people. She's saying that this is the moment right here where people will be disclosed about aliens, about UFOs, about interdimensional beings. Now, I need y'all to do your own research. But what month is this? And what movie comes out this month on June 12th? Now, I also need you to know, and this is for entertainment purposes only. This is for educational purposes only. But if you go down the rabbit hole and see all of the things that's been happening in Brazil, I'm not going to put the videos here, but you can search the videos. They have been seeing UFOs. There have been numerous UFO sightings in Brazil. You have videos of quote-unquote motherships. You have videos where people are claiming that they saw UAPs. My thing is, this lady has been accurate about a lot of things. And she claims that when these interdimensional beings come, we will watch at least 700 people go up into the sky. But I'm not saying it's going to happen. All I'm saying is we may just have to wait and see.
That's right. Gotta wait and see. So there you go, man. 24th. And it's funny on these shows, we always get these. We get these dates. Not always about, the Harpazo. It's not even that. It's all these other things, events that are supposed to happen. Like there's supposed to be this June 4th event. It's a bunch of things, man. But anyway, typically they come and go. Nothing happens. But let's see what happens with this one, eh? Got a new one to look forward to. I guess he's talking about FIFA. So Disney sold us the same animation. It says Disney sold us the same animation for years. Look at that. It's like the same thing. Classic Disney. That was back when it was at least, probably more worth a watch, you could say. The old school stuff. Obviously, compared to now. Look at that. Cheaters. Wow. Oh, wow, that's a good one. Look at that. Totally. All right, there we go. We get it. Saving some money, right? Saving a few bucks. Oh, and then this is the one where the guy we found out he had cheated all that. So dumb. Not a cool move these days, especially, everything's being revealed. Oh, I mentioned this earlier. Little Caesars Pizza launches 100% self-serve restaurants. Choose Jesus now, my friends, because if you don't know, you're really watching just all of the infrastructure of that final system being built around you, which will be 7 years for the AC, and it's not going to be the place to be anywhere here. It's also, I call it the post-human existence. We see them preparing for this, for a great loss of a lot of people. It's going to also help them, to enslave humanity. And there you go. Because if you want to go get you a pizza, maybe go grab a burger and fries, they're all going to be like this sometime. And the only way you can get access to anything is if you've got a mark, if you will. A chip, you might say.
Yo, I ain't never seen a self-serve Little Caesars. This is my first time ever being inside of one.
It's that music y'all put on there. I don't know if it's...
The mobile order, if you don't have an order, you just...
Yeah, we can watch. But see, look, isn't that crazy? There's people in the back, you can see, making the pizzas. But even that, how much longer, right? Before they're replaced. So there you have it. Little Caesars. I guess it's still cheap, isn't it? It's like $10 pizza. Is that the deal?
And it turns out the crime actually isn't a factor here. They're doing it solely because they want to reduce expenses, and that means firing employees and no longer having to hire them and have them work in the front of the store. They're all going to be making pizzas. So they're going to expand on the hot and ready pizza model. So I want to know, how much are they going to save nationwide if they roll this out in all their stores? So it looks like about $275,000 per store is the cost for the employees. So if they were to implement this new self-service style model, nationwide, they're going to save about $215 to $430 million in labor costs. I mean, think about that. That's $500 million a year just by firing employees and going to automation.
Wow. I'm glad he's doing these. This is Wall Street Apes. I've followed him for a while, but he's doing commentary now. That's what's different. And
Yo,
he's got a huge channel or page. But yeah, that is just, almost half a billion. Is that what he said? Or almost, or halfway to a billion. Wow. Jeepers. Says, why do you think Job never gave up? It's a good question. Here's a great channel too, Fear No More. He had to restart. He had a really big channel before. But let's check this out.
Verse in the Bible that bothers me. And I reckon bother is an understatement because it's more like an existential crisis. It's found in the book of Job, and you may know it already. See, God and Satan are having a conversation. And it's kind of like, you know, they're just kind of shooting the breeze, you know, when you first read it. If you don't have eyes to see and ears to hear. And Satan is basically saying that he can make anybody turn from the Lord. And he said, no. And here's the part. He says, consider my servant Job. I have fought with this verse. I have begged the Lord to show me. I don't understand. Help me. Now I can finally talk to you about it. This is what I believe it means. Those who have ears to hear, let them hear in Jesus' name. Every valley that you go through in your life is not a curse. And every mountain is not necessarily the victory you think it is. If Job had not gone through the things that he had gone through, he would have never appreciated the things that he received the way that he did. The Lord Jesus is here for us, and he loves us, and he keeps us from harm. But let me tell you, if you ain't never been through nothing, the depth of you is probably about as deep as a kiddie pool. I've been through some things in my life, hard things.
Me too.
And I have asked the Lord why. And then I refer back to Job, where it says, who are you? God's talking to Job. Who are you to question me? See, that is the creation questioning the Creator. We must know our place. When God says to Satan, consider my servant Job, he already knows the past, present, and future of what's going to happen. I can thank the Lord for the hard things that I've been through, because I wouldn't be who I am today.
Thanks for the message, Maribel Nunley over on TikTok. Beautiful message, my friend. Good reminder. It says, I think sanity and common sense no longer exist. All right, let's see. This is apparently, it's a 12-year-old. All right, let's check this out. A 12-year-old fought back against his school. Let's see what he has to say.
Hi, I'm Shane Cias. I've been a Christian my whole life, and Jesus means everything to me. When I was in 5th grade, my school forced me to teach my kindergarten buddy about changing his gender using a book called My Shadow is Pink. The book said you can choose your gender based on feelings instead of how God made us. I knew this was not right, but I was afraid of getting in trouble. After my family spoke up, the school treated us badly, and kids started bullying me and my brother because of our faith. And the school did nothing to stop it. It hurt a lot, but I kept trusting God. I believe kids like me should be able to live our faith at school without being forced to go against what we believe. I hope no other family has to go through what mine did. Thank you.
Good job, young man. Is that it? Guess that's it. All right. Well done, young man. Always love to see the young warriors out there. All quality in America seems to be going downhill. Now this is Totino's. How many of you, I've had them. It's been a long time since I had some Totino's pizza rolls, but used to like them a long time ago, many moons ago. But Totino's, what's Totino's doing?
Hi, General Mills. I got these Totino's pizza rolls at Sam's Club. What is this shit? What is that? Is that supposed to count as a pizza roll? Look at these. The whole bag is like that. And what is this? A piece of freaking wonton mixed in the bag?
Now, we all remember pizza rolls looking like this, but something has changed clearly by the video. So what is it? Well, the abnormally thin and underfilled, unevenly shaped pizza rolls is due to General Mills making multiple adjustments over the past few years to cut costs. This includes using less filling, thinner dough, and different processing methods. So again, it's shrinkflation for more profits.
Good report, sir. Indeed. Yeah, they used to be delicious, right? I mean, I remember them from long ago. They were so good, I thought. Now I just go, you can go to the store and buy ultra thin crust pizza crust. It's already made. That's what I go buy. Get some sauce together, And some toppings. And there you go. I like the ultra thin crust. That's me. Burlington is so sick of customers stealing products in the Rio Grande Valley, Texas. They're putting signs up now next to the makeup. Look at this.
Hi. Oh my God. A shade, honey. The disrespect of Burlington. I feel offended. I am shocked. Imagine stealing our makeup and you're still ugly. How dare they? How dare these people come get us? No to the man. That's kind of fierce, so I kind of live.
There you go. Waka waka waka. Get some security, man. Something. Oh, this is quite revealing. Sammy Davis Jr. was a known occultist and in the Order of Malta, and he said the pinky ring is one of the signs of the occult. And it reminded me of, real quick before I show you that, Penn Jillette always paints one of his fingers red also, and he's a famous magician from Penn and Teller. I always got a bad feeling about him. He's one of these guys that always proclaims he's an atheist, but I need to do a new one on this now, but I did a video years ago, on how so many of these Hollywood celebrities claim to be atheists, but they're Satanists. You know, that's the whole thing. So I was looking into him way back then, and there's even a thing that you just can't find. If you can find this, post it under the video or whatever, you know, or in the chat. If you guys, you don't have to look now, but if you can find this, let me know. There was I guess it was like I don't know, it was like a local news team or a little documentary crew, or somebody went to his house, his mansion in Las Vegas. This is years ago, and they were touring the place, and they got to one room which had a big red door on it, I believe. And he said, we can't really go in there. Or I don't know if they did go in there, but he called it his devil room, I believe at the time, or Satan room. From years ago, man. And then he kept talking, you know, he had this little pinky. At the time, I think it was his pinky, I thought, was red, but one of them was red. And I always thought that was weird. Like maybe that's his dedication to the devil, you know, in a very basic understanding. The red skin, you know, the red nail. I don't know. Selling his soul. Just me rambling, I know. But anyway, let's jump ahead and let's go watch this Sammy Davis video here real quick. Just pause this first. All right, there we go.
Change lenses here. Play organ music, and there. See the little... What do you think? You have any idea? It's a pinky finger, all right?
It has to do with the occult.
It does.
Yes, it does. That's the truth. I am fascinated by the occult because I think there are too many things in this world that go unexplained. And this happens to be, and I've been involved for the past decade and a half or so. And this is one of the signs of a person who's involved in the occult, that's all. I wish I could make it more mysterious, but I can't. But I think you know that I have been a Jew for 22 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I follow the theology of Judaism.
That doesn't conflict at all
We're being interested in the occult? No, it wouldn't interfere. I'm not getting involved in it. I don't hold rituals and all of that jazz. That's not what I'm talking about. But reading about it, I find fascinating. I want to know what the Bermuda Triangle is. You know, I'm really interested. And it's like reading ancient history. There's always a mystery about it. And I think I'm more involved in that than anything else. I don't want to give anybody the wrong impression that I go like this here, zap, and you gone, you know.
What about your getting into the satanic religion? Believing in the devil?
No. I didn't say I got into it. I said I was involved with it. And I was involved with Satanism based upon the fact that I found the subject matter fascinating to read about. And I got involved in it, as we discussed at dinner. But when it got too heavy, I split.
I split. I hope so, but who knows what too heavy was for him. Either way, not to be played with, right? It says the Bible fascinates me, especially when parallels are drawn. Yeah, check this out.
Check this out.
What animal did Jesus ride into Jerusalem on?
A donkey.
What is on the back of a donkey?
A big cross.
Who created all things?
Jesus.
And who holds all things together?
Jesus.
And what is the shape of the molecule that holds all of our cells together?
A cross. The laminin molecule is a cross that holds all things together. What did Jesus use to heal the blind man's eyes?
Mud.
What is mud made out of?
Dirt.
And what did God first create Adam and Eve out of?
Dust.
Which is?
Dirt.
After the serpent deceived Eve in the Garden of Eden, he was cursed to eat what all the days of his life?
Dust.
And what are we made out of?
Dust.
In Genesis, Satan is depicted as what?
A snake.
But in Revelation, what is he depicted as?
A dragon.
So a dragon is feasting on us all. What peaceful animal is Jesus compared to in the Bible?
A lamb.
And what animal has blood that can be used to make an antidote to snake venom?
Sheep. So if we're covered by the blood of the lamb, what are we also immune to?
The snake's bite. Death, where is your sting? In Genesis, when God cursed the ground for Adam, what did he say would come out of the ground for him?
Thorns and thistles.
When Jesus was crucified, what did he bear on his head?
A crown of thorns.
When God cursed Adam and Eve, he told Eve what about bearing children?
In pain you will bring forth children.
And how did God bring forth his one and only begotten Son into the world for us?
Through pain, because he bore our sins on the cross.
And here's the craziest thing of them all. When Jesus himself, God incarnate, God in the flesh, was hanging on that cross, what did he have the power to do?
He had all the power in the world to stop his suffering. He could have gotten down off that cross. He was the one holding that cross together. He could have wiped all of his enemies out. He could have destroyed them all. He could have said, I'm done with this. But he didn't. He stayed on that cross because why?
Because he loves us.
Because my leadership on the disclosure issue is part of my continued service to the nation. I took an oath as an Air Force officer swearing allegiance to the principles and the framework of the U.S. Constitution. I took that oath seriously then, and I take that oath seriously now. And if this is one of my final duties of public service, I want it to be this: helping Congress and the President restore lawful accountability over activities and spending that should never have been placed beyond constitutional oversights, and to be transparent with the American people. There are a myriad of issues across multiple cultural, religious, and institutional spectrums. The topics here that we're discussing today go beyond life in the universe. There are serious homeland security and airspace safety issues. There are relevant counterintelligence and technology protection issues that must be taken into consideration. For decades, unknown objects have freely operated in restricted airspace in large metropolitan areas and critical infrastructure, and the agencies responsible for securing the homeland cannot adequately defend against it. This is a serious national security issue. In my official duties, I was exposed to human and signals intelligence information concerning foreign adversary, UAP crash retrieval, exploitation and study efforts, adversary views on U.S. legacy program reverse engineering efforts,
Tim Burchett's there,
and U.S.-held audiovisual information related to crash retrieval matters, such as the recovered vehicles and the associated biological material. One must always be concerned about adversarial disinformation when you're getting foreign intelligence, but I was able to cross-verify this information internally to back up the foreign government assertions. Many of the president's team has been kept in the dark by high-ego, politically appointed actors, both because of incompetence and malicious intent, has subverted the president's order on this issue. Furthermore, some of this foreign intelligence has not been provided to Congress despite lawful requests to the Defense Intelligence Agency last summer, and also having formally been published across the IC and analyzed by such analytical centers such as NASIC. These records belong under congressional oversight, and I believe DIA should stop obstructing Chairwoman Luna's task force and provide those documents to Congress. To this day, I'm still fighting years of record withholding, administrative obstruction, and a prolonged effort to get a medical military retirement that I still am not in a retired status. This is also a real fraud, waste, and abuse issue. President Vance's task force is sharply focused on the issue of misuse of funds. The same accountability problem applies here. And during my investigation, I found slush funds to the tune of billions of dollars per annum for these activities. We cannot have one standard for the American people and another standard for the deep state that...
All right, good stuff. So he's calling them out, but we already know where this leads. It's more of the so-called disclosure. Disclosure time. Gopher wood found in Georgia and Florida. This is a pretty weird one. What do you guys think about this? Check out what he's discovered.
So have you ever heard the story of Noah's Ark? Do you know what it was made out of? The Bible says that it was made out of gopher wood. What if I told you that that specific tree grows nowhere else in the world except Georgia and Florida? Wait. Why isn't it in Israel or in Africa or any other places where Bible stories took place? Because if Georgia and Florida are the only place where this specific tree grows, that changes everything that we know about the Bible. But that's not the only thing. And what if I told you that the river that is described in Genesis chapter 2 that came out of the Garden of Eden, there's a theory that suggests that that river is the Mississippi River. It's not the Nile River because the Nile River only connects to 3 rivers, but the Mississippi River connects 7. And natives have always referred to it as the father of waters. I am straight up tripping right now because I'm putting 2 and 2 together and I'm searching and I'm finding more and more. And that theory that's going around right now is that this nation, the United States, is suggested to be the Bible's promised land. No, I'm not making any claims. No, I'm not saying that's the truth, but it does beg the question, can it be?
Pretty interesting. I like it. Something to think about, eh? Yeah, and there's also a pyramid on the Mississippi and a pyramid on the Nile. And there's a lot of connections. I did a video on that a long time ago myself. People aren't lonely because they're alone.
People are lonely because they're alone. I think people are lonely because nothing feels real. We've turned so much of life into a representation of life. Friendships become followers. Conversations become comments.
Pictures of your food.
Experiences become content. Even our thoughts start getting shaped by an invisible audience. And none of this happened because we wanted something bad. We wanted connection. We wanted to share. We wanted to belong. But somewhere along the way, we started experiencing life through screens instead of ourselves. A sunset isn't enough anymore. We have to capture it. A meal isn't enough. We have to post about it. A moment isn't enough. We have to prove it happened. And when everything becomes content, reality starts to feel distant. That's why I think so many people feel disconnected. It's not from each other. It's from themselves. Because a part of us that feels alive doesn't care about likes or views or algorithms. It cares about presence and about being somewhere fully. And to have moments that only belong to you. And maybe what we're missing isn't connection. Maybe it's more reality. Maybe the cure isn't finding more people. Maybe it's finding your way back to your own life.
Deep, brah. Thanks. Oh, yeah, and also the pyramid that's on the Mississippi is in Memphis, and I believe there's a town in Egypt called Memphis. I mean, there's a lot of things. I'm just recalling some of it. Check out this street preacher and this young lady that he's dealing with, and definitely prayers for her. Remember, it's like we never know what got these people to this point, but it's not something heavenly. You know what I mean? And then just to fully discount she's evil. Look at her. She's probably a witch. You know, okay, maybe, but let's pray for her, man, because she's in bondage. Whether they realize it now or it takes 20 years or it takes a month, whatever it is, eventually they realize, you're a slave and it's not good. And then the devil uses them, right? Women, men, whatever, whoever he wants, once he's got them. So yeah, please pray for these people.
Is there anything that I could say a blessing about for you guys real quick?
I actually grew up in a Muslim and Catholic household. My mom allowed us to kind of expand our views a little bit, and I personally kind of align with more like Luciferian type of beliefs. It's kind of like an off-branch of like Satanism, but not quite as scary, I think.
You guys mind if I share a really quick story with you guys? Cool. So me, I used to be an atheist. I didn't believe in any type of afterlife, any experience at all, right? And I would debate people a lot. It was a hobby of mine to go out of my way to debate this topic with people. And so one day I got invited to a Bible study, and I went with this heart to like debate the head of the Bible study. And I was like giving him questions he never really thought of. And I could tell like he was kind of stumping a little bit. And one of his students in the Bible study like really looked up to their instructor. She was kind of starting to doubt her faith. Like she was kind of tearing up. She was a bit emotional. And it made me happy to watch that for some reason. Like I started to like smile watching her. And so in that moment, I felt like kind of evil because I'm like, I'm not putting good out into the world. I'm like watching someone cry and it's making me happy. And so at the first time, I felt like kind of evil in my life. You know, as an atheist, if I believe in evil, that's kind of contradicting my beliefs, because if evil is real, then good is real. And if good is real, then there must be some, you know, God out there that's the source of this goodness, not just some opinion because I'm on a rock in space. I can't truly define good and evil, right? And so that's kind of where I learned, like, how do I get God's goodness then? Because clearly I don't have it. And then I learned something called the gospel, the good news of how like God came down and provided the goodness as a gift. Because I used to think I have to earn this goodness myself. Like I have to be better and work harder and do things to get the goodness of God. But then I learned it's actually just a free gift that he gave to us because he just loves us.
The biggest thing that I know is I know nothing. When you keep your cup empty and you allow yourself to learn new information openly without judgment, I think that's pretty awesome.
Well, thank you for letting me share my perspective and my story a little bit with you guys, and thanks for sharing yours. It's really interesting. I'm glad we could have this conversation. Absolutely. Is there anything that, you know, I could say a blessing about for you guys real quick? God, thank you so much for letting me encounter Jet and Salem today. Pray that they can have, you know, a fruitful marriage, and I pray that you can just lead them to safety and that you can guide them into their life and show them your love in such a mighty way that they just know that you want them with you. It's in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, prayers for both of them, for sure. Break that spell. Matthew McConaughey reveals how letting one car merge in traffic gave him neighbor. Oh, actually, this is just a cool story. Check this out. It's a good one. Nice little doom break.
I was coming home about 2 years ago, 2-lane highway, and it was all parked just on kind of a traffic jam. It was taking, we just moved 5 miles an hour stop, 5 miles an hour stop. And there was a lady in a car here. And we just moved into this new home. Lady in a car here. And everyone's like, you know, get forward as quick as possible. And she was waiting to get into the turn lane. And so I was like, we're not going anywhere. I slowed down, let her in. 15 minutes it takes to get home. I'm noticing I'm right behind this lady. As I approach my house, she pulls in the driveway to the first driveway before I get to my house. I pull in my house. I get out of my car. It's my neighbor. I didn't know it was my neighbor, but I'm like, I got somebody inherently watching over my house when I'm not here from now on because I let her in back there. Yeah. And she goes, thank you for letting me in back there. I'll remember that. Did I do that because I'm hoping I can get a neighbor and part of an army that can keep an eye out for me? No. Did I get an army, someone on my side? Yeah.
When I worked in Los Angeles years ago, I worked on a reality show where his wife was one of the judges. He's still with her, same lady. And it was called Sheer Genius. And he was on set one time, so I didn't talk to him, but I got to see him in real life, you know. Zara abandoned our children to the wolves. All right, let's check this out. The group of mothers managed to shut down the Zara store in Bristol, United Kingdom, after the security staff forced a terrified 14-year-old white girl to leave the premises, where then she was brutally beaten down and had to go to a hospital. So I'm probably going to play this one more on Monday. We like to cover those. Unfortunately, that's a growing problem right now, and we'll get to that on Monday, eh? This is a before and after of the water level at Lake Powell. Man, even Lake Powell. Look at this. 7 years ago versus today. It's 7 years ago, I'm assuming.
So the water level at Lake Powell is very, very low. It's only at 23% to capacity. And they say there's a few reasons for this. They say it's snowmelt, mega drought, climate change. Of course, they have to throw that in there. The biggest one, though, is a high demand of the water that's being allocated. 7 states use it. Mexico uses it for agriculture. But here's one that they don't tell you, and I've covered this before. See, the water level is actually very, very low. So there are 24 large hyperscale data centers and 379 smaller data centers. are allocated across the 7 Colorado River basins.
Yep. As Benjamin Franklin once said, whomp, there it is. Texas mom jailed over dirty water Facebook post. Jennifer Combs says her post about Trinidad,
It looks,
Texas.
honest to God, like sewer water.
Let's watch the report. It's only a couple minutes. What the? These Fox pages are kind of weird.
It looks, honest to God, like sewer water. Like out of
does.
like dirty sewer, like poo water. That's what looks like
does.
coming out of your faucet. Is that real?
That's real. That's not AI. That is absolutely very real.
What's the reason? Like what happened? Did they just not spend any money to keep up with the water infrastructure?
So Trinidad, the city of Trinidad has had water issues for an extremely long time. But since March, when a new contractor took over, the city has just decided to not be transparent with what they're doing to sort of fix the issue. And now it's turned into people being hushed and their posts being deleted on Facebook.
You then make a post online that gets some attention. What's that post?
So I made a post that we were gathering information so we could compile the reports to send it to the state.
Tell me about when the police showed up.
So 2 police officers knocked on my door, and I opened the door and I said, "What's going on?" You know, because our town is very small, and we all know each other. And they said, "You have a felony warrant from Henderson County." And I said, "Oh, what? What do you mean?" And they said, "Yeah, you have a felony arrest warrant. We have to take you to Navarro County Jail." And mind you, I've never even had a speeding ticket. I'm a mom of 4 kids. I have 1 grandbaby right now. I have 2 more grandbabies on the way. I've never been in trouble in my entire life. And so to be handcuffed in my front yard and taken to jail and spent 23 hours in jail before I could get out was very traumatic.
What do they charge you with?
A felony, state jail felony for false report, for causing a public panic using the water system.
That's so messed up. Ugh. She's, like regular folk, like us, regular lady, who's trying to live her life, as far as I know, but getting screwed with for telling the truth. But what better thing to have to get in trouble for if you're going to do something but telling the truth? Oh, we played this one last night. Again, check out last night's show. There's some good ones. This guy discovered ancient mysterious code on a Monster beverage bottle. Seen this once before, but this is one of the best shots I've seen of it. Man, there's like all kinds of Hebrew inscriptions and symbols all over this thing. I haven't had a Monster probably since I lived in California, or maybe Texas. All right.
What's that? Oh, a guy drinking a Monster energy drink accidentally stumbles upon some sort of code built into the energy drink as he holds it.
Like, what kind of spell is that? Is the first thing I thought. Really, that's screwed up, and we're in that world. So, and it's so obvious with all the stuff on the outside of the can. Like, why not? They're probably thinking, well, we showed you. We put a 666 on it. We did all the other stuff. When you tilt the can, you're turning the cross upside down in the O. But okay, you want to drink it. Here it is. The whole vampire thing. You invited it in, so.
And the sun reflects off of it onto the wall. What? Tell me more! God, this is wild. If you haven't seen this guy's holding this Monster energy drink, and at one point while he was drinking it, he noticed a reflection off of the sunlight and it reflecting on the wall, which had some Hebrew writing on it, as well as an unknown continent or some sort of place from a map bouncing off the wall. So people that saw this video started to do some research and investigating to figure out what the decoding of it is or what's going on. And one man in particular went in the comments and said he's actually been to this location by remote viewing. He said he went there through a particular program that he was able to remote view on this continent, which he says is past the ice wall in Antarctica.
That's a trip. I hadn't heard that part before. That's a good one. Good report, sir. He's always entertaining. Oh, ingredients of Tillamook cheese. There's only 4 ingredients. I'm going to start eating Tillamook cheese now.
Annatto to add
Cultured milk, salt, enzymes, and annatto color.
some color.
And then milk.
That is it. That is all you will find.
That's so awesome. So yeah, just throwing that out there. Tillamook cheese if you're interested. Oh, we saw this last night. I got a few of those posted up, I guess, today. But you got to watch the show from last night to see them. Oh, actual worksheets from the Gates program. The GATE program. I was thinking that earlier. Maybe that guy came up through the GATE program.
I was a part of the Gifted and Talented program in the 90s, and I just found my binder. The things I found. For starters, they had us doing worksheets in more.
Real quick, if you don't know the GATE program, I think they even did it back in my generation. And I even at one point thought that they came to our school after looking into all this stuff for a long time. I feel like we did some of these tests, but anyway, you can look into that. That's a whole rabbit hole itself. But these people would show up at the schools. They would test children on all these different things. Many believe it's, almost like the, we've seen this program in movies and TV shows, but, they're searching for a certain intellect or whatever, right? A certain kind of person. And maybe that's how they bring people into the government, into these black ops programs. They get them in, they're really young, oh, your child's special, okay, really? Yeah, I know he is, or she. And then, they take control. I don't know how it works, but.
Morse code. Here's one of them. So they gave us at the top what the Morse code is, and then we had to fill out the rest of the worksheets to make codes and messages and stuff in Morse code. A lot of our worksheets were about different codes. This one is literally called Codes to Crack. So you can see there, they gave us 8 letters, and each of the columns is a different code. So for this one, there was 8 letters. They gave us the corresponding letters, and then we had to figure out the rest of the alphabet and fill in the rest of the column. But there's so much more. The stuff I found in there, I'm like, what were you training us for? Why was I 10 years old speaking Russian? It's cool, but I don't actually remember anything except that's my name. So I do remember that. I'll share more as I go through the whole thing, but it's there's hundreds of worksheets.
It's cool. So I actually need to follow that or follow her because I'd like to see some more of that from the GATE program. It says this is not a church service. It's a mass indoctrination and mind control. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Meanwhile, while we're at the really literal edge of tribulation, you got some of these churches doing this kind of silliness. It's like a concert. It's like the Holy Rollers. You see Jesus and the apostles doing that? Speaking in a synagogue and Jesus and the apostles doing something no. But what's really unfortunate is stuff like this is it's why a lot of times when I'm talking about the gospel online here, I always try to throw in, don't make it a religious thing. Because I know there's a lot of programming and a lot of people who, are in the world, they'll see stuff like this and they'll associate that with everything. With Jesus, Christianity, they're all like this. So yeah, I don't like it. The devil's a crafty one, he is. Arizona State University filed to use eminent domain to steal a 124-year-old Phoenix home from a senior homeowner.
800,000. And then you got to take the offer. I think on the table was 800,000, and I can't move it for 800,000. And then you got to take down all the stuff around it. You got to pay for the land where it goes to. It's not realistic.
On behalf of ASU, the Arizona Board of Regents has now filed a lawsuit in Maricopa County Superior Court seeking eminent domain authority over property owned by Young. According to a statement we received from ASU, it reads in part, quote, The university made several offers to the owner to purchase the parcel, including options allowing for the house to be moved. The university's final offer was based on an appraisal prepared by an experienced, state-certified appraiser, a copy of which was provided to the property owner. The offers were not accepted, a decision Young can't seem to comprehend.
I mean, it's hard to believe that this house has been either here or where the manhole cover was for 124 years. And you know, that should be, I would think somebody in ASU or the city of Phoenix would say, hey, look this is a huge mistake you're making.
ASU offered this guy $850,000, but he keeps denying them because it says it's just too expensive to move and it's unrealistic due to the high cost of relocation. But there's another issue here that's being ignored, and that's the significance of this home. It's one of the last surviving pre-statehood residential buildings in central Phoenix. That means it's older than Arizona's 1912 statehood. So this has a huge historical significance. It's been on the Phoenix Historic Property Register since 1990. And they want to tear it down to build a medical facility.
Isn't that something? And it says he's a former criminal defense attorney and real estate agent, so we're not dealing with a dumb man, but, you know, he's older, man. He's almost 90, right? So prayers for that man, that things go well for him. Theo Vaughn gets personal on his podcast. Yeah, this was kind of... This is kind of sweet, but he's got like a real, very kind, tender kind of way, which I think's interesting with this guy. A lot of people see that in him.
For like the first time in 20 years, I don't have a tour date on the books, and I don't ever have to have one if I don't want to.
How does that make you feel?
It's a lot of things. It's been like, I've had a little bit of depression. I didn't know what it was from. I think some of it was from there's not a ton to do. Like, there's podcasting.
Yeah.
But I haven't really felt like, I don't know, I haven't felt a lot of motivation. I do know that I want to keep doing it. I don't know if I want to get on stage like right now.
Mm-hmm.
But there is part of me that's like, yeah, well, what else do you want to do? What else do you know? I think I kind of wish that there was like a family aspect in my life right now, like wife and children, but that's not there. So it's like, that's okay.
No,
it's just like, you know, you got to wait till that comes along. But for like the first time in 20 years, I don't know.
Yeah, if you didn't remember, he did a Netflix special. This was maybe 6 months ago or so. Did a Netflix special. It was a stand-up comedy routine, and they pre-recorded it, luckily. So they, you know, it wasn't live, but they pre-recorded, and he had a breakdown up on stage, basically, you know. He was off. His jokes weren't hitting, and then he finally just kind of gave up halfway through and just walked off stage, from what I understand, what we've seen in secondhand information. So he's one needs prayers too, man. What does the Bible say about the end of times?
This video, watch this one right here. Okay.
Yeah, talking donkey. That's always one of the wild ones. First responders would not risk their Oh darn! Sorry. I guess I posted a lot of these up before the show last night. Proof that human cloning real. Let's see that. Oh, this is a cool one.
Humans. They've been cloning humans since the 1940s.
Successfully?
Yes.
And what do they use them to do?
Replace people.
Look, is this like I've seen that people say that Jim Carrey is a clone?
Jim Carrey's not a clone. He's been replaced with someone that looks like him. But I'll give you a theory here, all right? Okay. If Hollywood can clone actors, they won't need stuntmen.
Is that the whole reason they're doing it?
No.
Why would they clone people?
Well, the thing is, right, now, if a person's been cloned, right, and the information gets out, right, what happens to the clone? It's an abomination. It gets put down.
Yeah, but what happens to the original person?
Yeah, who knows? And end up in a burger patty.
Ends up in a burger patty. You decide, as always. Oh, this was Miss Rachel is a famous YouTuber. Has a huge following of children, always does children type stuff. But man, now she's over the last year or so, she's totally gone, if you will, the woke mind virus route. And now she's outside Delaney Hall DHS Center in New Jersey singing about knocking down walls and freeing criminal illegal aliens. Yeah, there you go. When once it gets a hold of you, it seems like it can really, if you let it get in there, that virus. Richie Rich on how he found out the music industry is totally fake. Oh, yeah, this is a good one, too. Check this out.
We get back to New York. I tell Leo and Russell, I said, you know what? I don't think I want to do this shit if it ain't no money in it. Leo told me, he said, let me tell you something about the music shit, Rich. He said, this shit is all payola. He was like, I can make your grandmama the hottest bitch in the country. All I need is 6 months. He said, ain't none of this shit real. He said, the reason we telling you this because you a solid motherfucker. He said, so if you want to fuck around with it, it's good, but we just gonna let you know that ain't none of this shit real. The Seasoned Veteran album dropped. Let's Ride was the first single. That's back when the music box was out. When you used to watch the videos, you call and do the shit, right? Come on. Nigga, I'm sitting inside my mama house, Jack. The music box come on. They say, #1 debuting this week on the box. Let's Ride. I'm on. I'm like, nigga, I'm #1. I call Leor. I said, Leor, I'm #1 on the box. He said, I know, Richie, we bought the spot. Give me a minute, I'll call you back.
That's how it go too, dog.
And when he said that, I didn't like it no more.
Yeah.
I didn't, because I really thought that
Worked your
people
way.
fuck with me because of what I did.
But you come from the authentic grind.
Right.
Yeah.
So I thought it was real, right? You know, when you listen to the radio, you hear niggas say, this LL Cool J, man, and whenever I'm in town, you know, I used to think that nigga was up there.
Nah, that's a drop.
So I go to the radio station, they show me this shit, they like, let's do some drops. Chewy Gomez in there. He like, Rich, can you do some drops for me? I'm like, what's drop? He said, just come over here and say X, Y, Z. So I get on there, I say some shit, I make a couple mistakes. I said, let me do it again. He said, don't worry about it. Edit, chop the shit I fucked up out, tape it back together, play my voice back perfectly. I said, oh, wow. So it's a piece of paper sitting on the thing. I said, what is that? He said, oh, that's today's playlist. So I grab it, and it's got the times and all the songs that's gonna come on. So I'm like, damn, so them niggas ain't really up here when I be hearing that shit? So it just was hella fake. It was a lot of fake shit going on, right? And it was fucking me up. It was fucking me up. So I take this piece of paper when I leave the station. I'm in the car. So I call this little chick, right? And it's like 4:30, and I got the list. I told her, I said, damn. I said, you listen to the radio? She said, yeah. I said, it'd be crazy if they play XYZ right now. And then that shit came on, right?
Yeah.
And she said, it's on right now. It's on. It's on that you just said. I was like, no way. I said, let me turn it on. So we rolling. I'm talking shit, smoking. I'm high. I'm tripping now. Next song about to come on. I said, it'd be a fool if they play woo, woo, woo. That would come on. She said, you're batting 1,000. This shit's, they're playing it.
All right, what a story. Yeah, I definitely heard stories about the old ways on the radio stations and how people can easily pay for spots, right? Oh, this lady's going through TikTok censorship, but we first found her because of the data centers, so I'll go ahead and move on. It's nothing of major interest. This is a good one. Did you ever see the movie They Cloned Tyrone? I actually need to go watch it again now. It's been a while.
Has already started.
It has already started.
Back in the day, it used to cost $50,000. Who knows how much it costs now? If you ever notice a rapper first, everything's fine. Then something goes wrong. They get out of line. They end up in jail. They come back looking totally different. And it's up to us if we're gonna let them play in our face or if we're gonna go, that ain't him. And then speaking of they clone Tyrone, isn't Jamie Foxx part of that?
He came out looking. They were like, "Where's the tattoo?"
Where's his tattoo on the back of his head?
They showed a picture of him.
He was in like McDonald's or Wendy's or some damn where. It looked like the clone was just testing itself out. Like, yeah, all right, I'm out. Let's see what's going on. I'm happy to be in the world. It seemed like the clone was literally testing himself out. But my thing is, where was the tattoo in the back of his head? And it just makes you wonder, like, do they do this shit to, like, play with us, to, like, see if we know, to see if we still dumb, to see how many of us are dumb, to see how many of us are brainwashed so they can know how many more to continue to brainwash?
Yeah, it didn't. It also happened with that football player that collapsed on the field, and some people assume that even to this day that he was probably no longer with us. But then they brought him out a few times, and he was always like masked up or had a hoodie on covering everything but his eyes. Finally, when he came out, he was wearing that weird denim jacket with like a creepy bastardized version of Jesus, like an image of him on the back and some other symbols on the jacket. You guys remember that? And he had, I think, a 42 tattoo on the side of his head originally, and then when he came back out, that tattoo was no longer there. You guys remember that one? I hope you do. All right, these are just more of the UFOs that were recently dropped from the Gov. This $31 ribeye steak is from Walmart, and the texture is very off. Man, if you're going to be paying $31, right, you better get a real ribeye. And look at what's happening with some of the meat. It's not cool.
I went to Walmart 2 days ago. I bought this one today, but this is the same exact brand. So I put this in the freezer 2 days ago, and it's still not frozen. And anything I put in this freezer freezes quickly. I bought this one here. That's this one that I cut up and I put in the freezer just now. And then here's the meat. When I was cooking it, it's just cooking weird. It feels like it's not real meat. It has a weird pork texture taste to it that it just doesn't sear right, and the fat seems fake. Can somebody look into this company or something and do a test? Because I think I've seen some things I think this is fake meat.
Yeah.
And they're selling it as some crazy premium. And I know how to cook steak. It just does not cook right. It's got to be fake meat. And this is at Walmart. All Walmart's meat, especially, I don't know what this company is. It's just weird. Can somebody look into it, please? Because I think there's something there.
So what's really going on here is the meat at Walmart is being injected with this water, salt, and phosphate solution.
Gross.
To plump the meat so that they can actually get a little bit more money out of it when they sell it to you. But this phosphate solution makes it a little bit harder for the meat to freeze evenly. So you can actually put this meat in the freezer, and sometimes if it has a 15-20% phosphate solution in it, the meat actually won't freeze in your freezer for sometimes days.
Dang. No thanks. I shop at Brahms. Shop at Brahms. Get your meat from Brahms. How can America be this awesome? Oh, yeah, this is a cool one. This is, I like this, but this guy, we found him. He actually came through. Trump passed a law that allows South African white farmers to come to America because they're being brutalized out there, as you know. And this is one of the men that came over, and this is just, sometimes he uploads videos and just kind of talks about America. I thought this would be fun.
Okay, cool. It is 12 o'clock at night. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Nothing. No one. I mean, completely spotless. Clean. I just took a walk all the way down there. Midnight. It's freaking midnight. And I'm completely safe. And I'm a white person walking around. That's so cool. Look there. Those trucks. Nobody's trying to rob them. No one's looting them and smashing the back of them and stealing stuff. If a truck drives that slow in South Africa, they literally will break open the back and loot it. I mean, it is awesome. And here's me, a white guy walking around at a gas station. That bridge, I'm gonna go for a walk underneath that bridge now. You know what's gonna happen to me? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Safe as can be. Man, I really hope people don't take this for granted because America is safe. America is clean. America is friendly. Look at that truck right there. It's not being robbed. Oh my goodness. It's actually not being broken into. Look at this. Let me show you. There's no druggies. There's no people vandalizing. There's no people sleeping everywhere and stealing everything. Just simple freedom. You can actually walk around at night as a white person in America.
Yeah, so he's always nice to see a clip from him. I think it's Jason Bartlett. Is that it? Jason Bartlett. Yeah. Follow Jason. Welcome to America, sir. Massive fire erupted at a medical supply warehouse in Tracy, California. Look how big that is. Filling the sky. At a medical warehouse. So it's like, oof. Every time I see one of those, I have to wonder if it was an accident or the other way. Seems a lot of times it's the other way. Man in Council Bluffs, Iowa spots multiple suspicious buses parked in a residential area. Yeah, this is interesting. What's going on? Who are in these buses? What are they waiting for?
So I'm driving around, doing some work, and I'm at this apartment complex down in Council Bluffs, and there's a bunch of these buses. Got Florida license plates on them. And check this shit out. There's probably like 6 or 7 of them down here. And then each one of them has this information about how to get work and all this shit. This is actually Overlook, Michigan. It says on there too also. They're importing illegals here. There's a whole bunch of them here. Whole bunch of them.
Welcome to America. Get your apartment.
This whole place is full of illegals.
Get your money card. Health insurance. Anything else you
We'll
need?
come up to another bus. You'll see a whole bunch of this shit. This is wild. This is so wild. There's another bus. All right?
All
There's a bus there.
Fighting age men. Moving into the neighborhoods now. It's not
There's
good.
a bus right here.
Look at that. Young fighting age men.
There's another bus up here.
Waiting for the call.
All with the same fucking information. And I asked these guys, you speak English? Huh? All of this, look at this. All illegal. All illegal. All illegal as fuck. This is crazy.
It is. Yeah, it's happening. That's, like I've said for a long time, I believe is such a part of the final system that there's no stopping it completely, but America's probably the only country that kind of is trying to do something. This American Son's daycare had all the children paint pictures. Oh boy. It starts off sweet, but let's see how quickly this dives.
Okay, so my son's in daycare, and never once have they sent home artwork, which I have always found really strange. Until a few weeks ago, we get an email that if we want some of his artwork, it's for sale for us to buy. And so here, his beautiful, beautiful handprint, shop now. So I can get his handprint that he painted at school. If I want it on an apron, $49.95. If I want it on a mug, I don't want it, but I also child labor. I feel like it's child labor to do that.
So the question is this legal? Can the daycare sell the artwork? And the answer is, without parental consent, the answer is no, they cannot. Not only is it copyright protected, but the standard daycare enrollment forms are unlikely to cover monetizing the children's artwork, which is actually kind of funny that they're even trying to do this. So the mother is right to be worried about this. There isn't any child labor laws specific to this, but it is a ethical red flag.
Good one. Good report. That's jacked up. This might be the weirdest video of 2026. That's all I need to know. All right, let's check this one out.
You guys know I love sharing paranormal videos, but I have a video for you today that is mind-boggling, and literally this has gone viral on the internet because people are wondering, one, how could this have happened? Two, who had the strength, what had the strength to literally fold a car in half, engine block and all, and put it inside a dumpster?
Seriously, look at that.
Like a giant just came through, folded a car in half, and threw it away. And Waste Management was there to see if they could pick it up. This all unfolded around June 11th, 2026 in Twin Cities, Minnesota. Like, how? What? I have seen some things, right? UFOs, unidentified beings, but this takes the cake. Like, what did this? Who did this? How? And they threw it away. Take a look at this. Comment below.
This guy just shook his head. But look at this. I came back to get my phone to look at this. I've never seen a fucking car in a dumpster before. What the fuck? I've never seen a fucking car in a dumpster before. What the fuck? I don't know if this guy's gonna get it or not.
Seriously.
Is he gonna do it? I don't know. Dude, that's crazy. There's an engine in there? The whole thing in there? It looks like a Ford Focus or something. I suppose it's not very funny when you're the guy that's gotta dump it. He's really double checking if he can do this or not. Might not be a good day to get fired. Call it in? Yeah. After we determined what was in it, he's gonna call it in because there's like a gas tank and an engine and everything in it. Weird.
That is weird. That's a mind boggler. How does that happen? I mean, obviously there's machinery that can do stuff like that. You'd think somebody would have heard it or seen it if some big, I don't know, truck came through and dumped that off, but could have been a being, perhaps, like she was saying. Oh, here's a really good UFO sighting. This is crazy. This was in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, June 7th. And this is cray-cray.
Footage for you, and you're going to want to watch this video in full. This comes out of Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, captured by a witness by the name of Alan Aguilar on June 7th, 2026. She and her husband were outside when they saw what they thought was initially a Ferris wheel in the distance.
Like
but the thing is, this was no Ferris wheel. And they have confirmed that there were no drone shows, no sporting events, no concerts, no light shows scheduled for that night or even that weekend. There shouldn't have been anything out there. But then this thing seems to transform into almost like a triangular UFO. But the question everybody is asking, what was it doing? Take a look at this footage. Comment below. Let us know what you think.
Look at this.
It looks like a Ferris wheel.
I know it's firework.
That's crazy.
Is it fireworks?
Yeah,
It has to be because it keeps disappearing. Yeah, oh my God, that's cool.
How much water you live out?
That's cool though. Like, goodness. Okay, I ain't never seen nothing like that
That's in
before.
Dollywood, I think.
I don't think Dollywood's that far away from here,
Dollywood's
Tony.
in here.
Yeah, it's not that far away. That's creepy looking.
That's from Pulaski.
Tony, I'm videoing this,
That's
hush.
tonight, the people playing the Pulaski Tourists play tonight.
Okay, Tony. I thought I was really losing my mind.
I've never seen it like that.
Never.
Now the orbs
Why
pop
is it
up.
blurry? Tony, what? I'm trying to video it. Now it looks like aliens.
Oh, they're the little ones with the tails.
You see
No, not at the moment.
They look like they got little fire tails.
I really thought I was losing it.
Dang, that's another one I have to double save. That's a really good capture right there. Love it. Thanks for the report, Myra. Saving LA Phase 3. So here's the one video I'll play as far as California and Spencer Pratt goes, because this is his response to everything. Let's check this out.
Campaign portion of my mission to save Los Angeles is coming to a close, and I'm moving on to the next, more interesting phase. Listen, I've spent a lot of time slaying everybody. I've ridiculed everyone on the roster, and I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, I'd like to take the chance to apologize to absolutely nobody. You think you can get rid of me that easily? I know a lot of dim-witted jerks thought I was in this for a grift, that I was gonna roll up and leave town if I didn't get into City Hall. It's just not fair. Hey, morons, I didn't get in this for political power. I got in this to expose this corrupt machine, and nothing has changed. You enjoy your worthless meetings in City Hall.
Nikki, you have all this information. You're running for mayor. Show what you're really about, or get the fuck out of the race.
I'm going to be lighting you up every single day, and now I don't have to worry about offending CNN viewers. I don't have a campaign laws hamstringing me now. It's war. It's 0 hour for Los Angeles. Angelinos are now stuck with two morons responsible for all their problems, and they have to choose between Dumb and Dumber. That's not a choice. That's the machine protecting the machine. And now every problem that plagues Los Angeles because of these two corrupt communists is going to accelerate. And the city will tumble headlong into the abyss. You have no idea how many major developers, hoteliers, business owners, entrepreneurs have been texting me saying they're packing up and leaving town. More of your favorite restaurants will be shuttering. That means less tax revenue. That means the city has to cut services. More potholes, less firefighters, less police patrols, more criminals, more drug addicts terrorizing your communities. And we haven't ended it. You have no idea how bad things are about to get for this city. Look at this place already. Weeds growing from every crack and crevice. Graffiti over every square inch of public space. Garbage, drugs, feces, burned up dogs, burned down towns, abandoned storefronts. This city is a mess, and you're about to reward the arsonist who torched the place with 4 more years of destruction?
I know he's very bitter.
My goal hasn't changed. I've been laser focused on stopping these commie animals, and I will stop them. If you think we uncovered a lot of fraud and evil in the campaign, just wait. We have some recordings of one of your exalted candidates doing and saying something that would make her resign in shame. I was saving it for the general election. Go ahead and pick your demon, certify your choice, and then you get to see it. So Karen Nithya, ask yourself, is it possible that one of your employees may have a recording of you doing or saying something that would force you to resign in disgrace? Hope you sleep well at night over the next 5 months, because you know who hasn't slept well at all for the last 17 months? My mom. All my neighbors in the Palisades. All the moms who worry about their kids walking past drug addicts in front of their schools. All the business owners getting crushed in the LA economy, worried that they can't stay in business and feed their kids. Angelinos have been struggling for years now, all while corrupt politicians and fraudulent NGOs profit off the misery and fleece us for the tax dollars. Well, now we're flipping the script. I want all of you awake at night sweating.
Good stuff, man. We'll see. It's an interesting bit to watch for sure. As far as the politics of it all goes, right? We know better, but he's been really, to me, an interesting story. Disclosure Day from Steven Spielberg. See what this young man has to say. He's got a message.
We just watched the movie Disclosure Day from Steven Spielberg, and it's not that good of a movie. It's not totally bad, but it's not not amazing either. And it's kind of weird because they're doing official disclosure right now, especially with the Trump administration. And we got this movie coming out, not coincidentally, of course. And I feel like it's just another massage, like I knew it before I saw it, another massage of our consciousness, another way of, impregnating public consciousness with this idea of disclosure. And I think it's going to happen for real. I mean, we're going to have real disclosure. It's not going to be totally Hollywood-like like they show in the movie, because they have to make it more Hollywood-like, of course. But, I think we're on the edge of official disclosure in the coming years, and it's going to, like in the movie, they're asking themselves the question, what is it going to mean for religion? They're kind of preparing us for it, like they're showing how Christian religion will deal with it in a way, and they're like saying, that the Bible said it's okay that there are aliens. So I think they are preparing, especially also in America, the Christian part of the population, because there's a lot of Christians in America, with this idea of aliens, And we know that J.D. Vance said that aliens are demons, but this movie takes a more soft tone. To my surprise, actually, it's not totally fear mongering, which is kind of good. I didn't.
All right, we know, sir. They're setting up the people for the big show coming soon. These are two I saw earlier. Woman walks into a family-owned ice cream shop, keeps changing her order, and then racks up nearly $50 worth of food and ice cream. Then, when it's time to pay, she suddenly says she has no money and claims the employees told her everything was free. Just another example of some people out there losing their brains.
Hey, you know what? If she calls the cops, I'm going to be a witness for them because I watched you come in here and I watched you walk back and forth and watch you. Okay. What if she calls the police? I'll be a witness. I will be a witness. Okay.
I just didn't know what to say. When she come back half free, I guess we have a communication. So please don't get in my business. I don't want to get in trouble. I'm sorry, and I don't want it.
No.
All right. Oh.
You didn't. No, you didn't. I heard. I watched it. You're being videoed the whole time, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yep. Now she knows she's caught.
This is what entitlement, my friends, is called. Why would you come in here if you didn't have money?
There you go. But yeah, these cameras, everyone having cameras on their phones has changed the world in so many ways. Data centers in 2026 to 2027 going to be the hottest on Earth now, they're saying.
27 is going to be that super El Nino. They're saying the hottest Earth has been in human history. That's crazy. But it's like we're also building these data centers that put off an extreme amount of heat. The ocean right now, like specifically the Pacific, holds 11 million terawatt hours of energy. Never heard of that. But they said that the whole planet uses 25,000 terawatt hours per year. So we're having an excess of 11 million terawatts being released into the atmosphere. They're saying it's literally going to be the hottest temperatures Earth has ever experienced in known human history. Insane storms, droughts, famines. But it's like, are they using this as an excuse because all these data centers are popping up all over the world?
Say it's the birth pangs of the Antichrist is what causes the famine and the earthquakes and all this stuff. So when they say birth, these data centers are maybe the birthing.
The birth pains of what is to come. Where have you read that? The Bible. It's all in the Bible. A conspiracy.
Yep, pretty much what I'm saying too. These are the signs of that final system just coming in and pushing out the old way, you know. Scientist and fashion brand Enfin Levy just dropped the world's first T-Rex leather bag. A Jurassic Park fantasy come to life. Bidding starts today at $500,000. Listen to this. It's so wacky.
Ce que ça veut dire de la peau de T-Rex, ça veut dire que
Expert in paleontology. They use remnants, collagen, whatever, makes up the skin. Discovered in a T-Rex femur in Montana. Recent years, whatever. 25 million years ago, these things roamed the earth. Can't even say it with
I'm going
straight
to give you
face.
12 signs that you may be a prophet. Number 1, you cry easily, you love deeply, and you are highly sensitive to other people's pain and moods. Number 2, you discern spiritual atmospheres, and you can see, smell, and feel when demons are operating through people and places. Number 3, you love worship, you have a strong prayer life, and you feel a burden for intercession. Number 4, you hate compromise, injustices, and religious systems. Number 5, you are a truth teller, and sometimes your honesty gets you into trouble. Number 6, you have always felt like an outcast, and you have been bullied, rejected, betrayed, misunderstood, and mislabeled your entire life. Number 7, you hate inauthenticity and surface-level connections, which limits your ability to make friends. Number 8, you spend most of your time alone because you feel overstimulated if you spend too much time around people or crowds, and you often feel the need to withdraw and refuel in prayer even if you like their company. Number 9, people have always felt comfortable opening up to you about their problems, and they often tell you that your presence calms them. Number 10, you frequently dream and have visions that come to pass. Number 11, you have a strong anointing and burden for healing, deliverance, and teaching the Word of God. Number 12, you are deeply moved by music, art, dance, and creative expression. Now, if you can relate to some, but not all of these signs, you may just be highly prophetic, but not stand in the office of a prophet. And that in itself is a blessing from God that should be nurtured and exercised. If you connect with all 12 of these signs, you likely stand in the office of a prophet.
Deep. Something to think
All
about.
right, this might be the straw that broke the camel's back. Maybe the tribulation is going to start this month. Specifically at the end of the month, where we can see that CERN, the Large Hadron Collider, is going to be shutting down on June 29th. Now get this, apparently they are planning to be shut down for 4 years. 4 years, you don't say. But now before I continue, let me really clarify here to you guys. This is clearly speculation. It is pattern recognition. Take it with a huge grain of salt. But what I find interesting is that we have CERN shutting down at the end of June for 4 years. So it is 2026. 4 years from now, it will be 2030. Agenda 2030, Messiah 2030. Interesting. Now, get this. So CERN will be back up in operation in 2030. 2029, April 13th, we have Apophis, the destroyer. This asteroid that has a possibility of hitting Earth. This is where my pattern recognition disorder comes into play, because as we know in Revelation chapter 8, the third trumpet, we have wormwood, which could possibly be Apophis that is going to hit the Earth. And then in chapter 9, with the fifth trumpet, you have the bottomless pit that is opened, where there has been speculation in the past that CERN, 666 with the god of destruction in Hinduism, Shiva, with a portal right there, could possibly be the bottomless pit that opens up a portal for the demon locusts and the king of the bottomless pit, Apollyon, Abaddon, the destroyer, who then comes in halfway through the tribulation. And now on top of all of that, you can look back in the past when CERN has turned on or shut down and how major things have happened globally when that takes place. Some people speculate about a timeline shift whenever CERN opens up or turns off or whatever. You can do your own research on that, but I just find it very interesting, the timing here. At the end of June, they are shutting down for 4 years. The same exact time that we see the World Cup, the same exact time we can see chaos in the Middle East with that ceasefire breaking and the war with Iran and Israel going back. More wars and rumors of wars, obviously. Chaos globally, economically, and whatnot. I just find it very, very interesting timing. Now, like I said, let me really clarify here for you guys that this is speculation. I'm not prophesying. I'm not telling you that the tribulation is going to start. I'm not telling you that the rapture is going to be this month. I am just pointing out some pattern recognition that I am seeing. That it is just interesting timing, and the gap of 4 years that they are going to turn back on in 2030, which would be halfway point of the tribulation, which then the bottomless pit is opened. Just saying. Maybe a huge coincidence lined up with Apophis, possibly wormwood in 2029. And if you look at how the world leaders and rulers are operating, they seem like they are in a rush, how they are acting with artificial intelligence, AI data centers, and whatnot. Just saying, guys, I am just thinking out loud here, okay? But with that speculation, that entertainment out of the way, whatever happens in this world, do not allow it to blind you from what the Lord wants you to be focused on right now.
Good stuff, sir.
Now, and that is your personal relationship with Him, which is by faith. You think faith?
Good stuff. I'll go and stop there. Shepherd for the Messiah. I think it's an interesting point. If he's right about that, about what that means in 2030, that means that our time's ticking real fast right now. Look at this thing. I have to turn the music off, but look at this. China has recreated a real-life temple run in a natural sinkhole, Guizhou province. It looks thrilling. Yeah, it does. Look at this thing. Would you do this? Ask yourself. I mean, man, I could see the fun in that. And it's good they've got a strap on you, obviously, just in case. It's beautiful, though. Look at that. That is so cool looking. Look how pretty that is. Look at the little steps on the side there. Wow, you got to be very careful walking on the side of that mountain. Come on. And I guess you just go right through there. It's kind of cool. Would you do that? Or not? The White House is working alongside scientists and others to plan a disclosure plan to ease normal society into a new normal with new alien species. It claims here on Daily Mail, scientists issue first contact plan as they await message from aliens. We'll see if that's true. Not going to be surprised when it happens. We already know what's on the docket. What the devil's got on the docket. Oh, we got that one again. And that. I guess I double posted there. Ministry of Truth, the United Kingdom government to block, quote, false information during, quote, crisis events. Vague new rules will allow UK regulators to pressure platforms now over legal but harmful content whenever government ministers declare a crisis, while the same government plows ahead with mandatory phone scanning, digital ID lockdowns, and jail threats for tech bosses who refuse to spy on every device. That's where you're at. That's pretty crazy, man. That's it. The UK is just all in. You know, they're all in. Restrainer itself holding it back, I'd say. There's more of the declassified videos. Orbs. Not even near as cool as that one we saw in Tennessee. Concerned mother gets little daughter's imaginary friend. I think we did that last night too. It says, put your faith in Jesus. Even the Nephilim are telling us it's the end. This is from Ashley. Let's watch a little bit of this.
Squirreling money away for retirement.
Wait, we saw that earlier, didn't we? My bad. Forgot for a moment. But I'm good. Check this out on Jenna Ortega. Look at this person next to her. My goodness. I mean, I know Jenna Ortega is short, but Jiminy Christmas. This lady does have on some big heels, though, now that I see. But anyway, check this interesting observation out about the actress Jenna Ortega.
The woman you just saw in that video is Jenna Ortega during a very strange conference, and what happened that night showed us that something wasn't right with Jenna. People forget that Jenna Ortega was only 20 years old when she exploded in popularity with Wednesday. Everything happened very fast for her, and just a few months after the series was released, she disappeared, almost as if she had taken a break for herself. But when she came back, all of her fans were shocked. Her face had completely changed. We're not talking about a subtle change. Her cheeks had become hollow, her jawline looked different, and her eyes didn't seem the same anymore. When you put her photos side by side, it's so shocking that it's hard to believe it's still her. She didn't just grow up, something else happened behind the scenes. Just like in the video you saw at the beginning, there was this moment during the Wednesday conference that made a lot of people uncomfortable. Right in the middle of the official presentation, in front of all the cameras, Jenna suddenly turned and hugged a woman standing next to her, completely out of nowhere. It almost looked like it made the other people uncomfortable. But when you watch her body language throughout the entire event, it becomes even stranger. She seems distant, as if she's trying to play a role she can no longer keep up. Fans noticed that her body was speaking louder than her words. And that's exactly what we keep seeing more and more. The higher they rise, the more they change, and their public appearances stop making sense. Today, Jenna is 23 years old, and she's completely different. She's not the same girl people used to know. Many will say it's normal because she's growing up, but the speed at which it happened, at that exact moment, raises a lot of strange questions.
Yeah, it does. I think it's a pretty interesting observation. Yeah, that's when I saw her do that, it reminded me of an old video you can find, maybe. It's probably on BitChute. It's still up, I bet. Excuse me. But it's an old video. Jay-Z and Beyonce were at a basketball game sitting courtside, of course. And she was clearly out of her mind, man. She looked McCultured out of her head. Just a different person. like even her eyes, she was just gone. You guys remember that? And he was right next to her, and he seemed fine. And anyway, so it's what I thought of when I saw her, just kind of like a little girl. Mommy. What? Huh? Chubby, what? You got a lot to say. What's going on? Give me a second, eh? American bought this home, and the monthly mortgage payment has been $3,700. But then this happened.
So, my wife and I bought our house end of 2024. So we've been here for almost a year and a half. And this has been basically our mortgage payment every month, $37.41.72. And just so as like insight into home ownership, our property taxes recently went up, exactly what it was, but yeah, that's our new amount right there, $45.36. So we went up $750 per month, over $7,000 a year more. And most of it goes into the interest, obviously, as we know. But yeah, this is how people aren't able to stay in their houses forever and lose their houses. Crazy.
There you go.
What he says at the end there is very true. You know, his monthly payment is going up by about $800 a month, and very few Americans right now could comfortably absorb an increase like that from property taxes. So how many Americans could lose their homes from something like this? Well, if you look at the data here, it says a rough estimate is only about 30 to 50% of households could actually handle this kind of expense happening unexpectedly. So this means that potentially 50 to 70% of the people could actually lose their homes if they got a property tax assessment like this.
It's so sick. But just another indication of the times, right? Like in every industry, we see it, things collapsing, quality going down, prices going up. But just our future is in heaven. You know, focus on the heavenly things. Get to meet Jesus, but you know what I mean? Get to see him. Get to see each other. And then just amazing things, you know, words I can't even think of that are, it's going to be like in, you know, with the creator of all things. It's amazing. This man's talking about flock. Let's check this out here.
What you're about to watch is going to infuriate you.
It will.
It is a local politician shutting down discussion on flock cameras. This is why local elections matter. These petty tyrants have no consequences for their actions, and they can speak and treat people like this. Watch.
How many people are here for public comment, specifically dealing with opposition to license plate readers, aka flock? All right, let's see, probably most everybody. You will not speak on flock tonight. One person designate. You can pick that person. You can pick that person to represent the interest of flock.
Individually, we're representing ourselves. For what reason?
For the interest of judicial, we have 21 people. We have a budget that we need to get through. I've spoken. I'm not debating this. I'm telling you, I am taking advantage of our policy as it is written to streamline this process. You can either do it or not. We're going to allow one person. Pick a person or not.
Come back to where we can all speak. Where's the policy?
The board does have the ability to modify its policy as long as there is a public comment period at each regular session of the board.
I'm not here as a group, I'm here as an individual speaking for
I don't want to argue with you, sir. I've read what the policy is, and that is how it is interpreted.
So you guys are going to decide not to listen to your citizens. That's what you're saying.
I'm going to follow the policy.
Our taxpayers' money is paying for this.
I'm not having this discussion. Either you're going to select somebody or you're not. We have nothing to do with flock cameras. We're not going to have this discussion, sir.
You can pass ordinances that prevent the...
Are you going to, as a group of speakers, are you going to select a representative to speak or not? I'm moving on. You either select a speaker or you don't.
There you go. Bureaucracy at work. Money. This is the money angle. I always think of that. This video is old, but the internet only found it recently. Two girls in the kitchen noticed something standing outside the window. Yeah, this is a oldie but a goodie. It's a short one. That's creepy. See it? Old school. I like finding these old ones. Oldies but goodies. Some of you who've been around for a while may remember some of these. Massive LA election news. LA County admits there's over 10,000. Oh, this is actually interesting. So here's something to watch for potentially. Check this out. This guy found out.
Guys, I have a massive update on the vote count in LA. As you know, tens of thousands of people have reported that their ballots were rejected and they got letters saying that they didn't have the correct signature or didn't sign at all. You're not going to believe this. LA County is verifying that there are almost 13,000 ballots that did not get counted and that they've notified people, you might be one of those people, you need to check, to fix it. And they are going to count those ballots. Now the question is, 12,700 ballots unaccounted for. Could this push him over the edge? I think there was only a few thousand in the margin between Spencer and Nithya last time I checked. Doing the math, it looks like he could come back. No, he just came out with a new video saying he doesn't care. He's basically going to slay them anyways and expose them all the way till the general. But I think that we're not done here. So LA, there's hope that they didn't.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm not too emotionally invested, but it'll be an interesting watch. When our undercover journalist spoke to LA City official Donald Byers, he revealed where LAHSA's money is going. He directly calls out LAHSA by saying how taxpayer dollars are being funneled into bureaucrats' pockets while homelessness continues to spiral out of control. All right, fair enough. Got it. Praying for evil people. Check this out.
Evil's real, and there are actually real evil people, and there's a lot of people who stopped there, and they didn't take it to the next level, which is these are evil people who have their strings being pulled by evil entities. There are demonic forces behind these people that are operating and keeping them moving in a certain direction. They are, in a sense, victims to the spiritual attacks as well. I'm not excusing them for what they've done.
And blackmail, and there's a lot of stuff. I'm like, you have to have some, I'm not gonna know. You know what I mean? What I'm gonna say, there has to be some grace where, like, we don't know the situation that these people have been put in.
What's crazy is, I'm gonna say something that might make me sound like, I don't know, cold-hearted. I don't know how. This I honestly, when I say things sometimes, I don't know how people are gonna receive it, and I'm shocked that they're upset with it. I'm like, oh, that upset you? I didn't know. But like, in general, the elites, these evil elites, right? The human side of me, there's no sympathy for them. Like I don't have any compassion towards you. Yet I'm instructed to have compassion. Yet they were created by God, and underneath my convictions, they still have access to the same saving grace that was offered to me.
Jesus died for them too.
I don't want to hear that, though.
I know.
The me, I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, flesh says no. I want to, like, just speak badly about them and not pray for them. Like,
which I will.
Right? No, and God loves justice and holding people accountable for very bad things.
Yeah.
But, like, he still wants us to not only to, like, pray for them.
Yeah.
Pray for them and actually bless them. Because I'm like, whoa, my Savior actually died for them too.
Yeah, it's a beautiful message. You know why I share it, of course. We talk about it around here sometimes. What? All right, give me a minute, okay? All right, thanks. Last video, guys. Speaking of which, let's take a look at what we got going on. Still floating around 900, man. Thank you all so very much for spending your time here with me today. It's been fun hanging out with you as always. Thanks again, Tamara. Thank you all for being here. Let's check this video out. It's a good one. It's a good closer.
How much time do you think is wasted during the average school day? Well, there's this book, The 5-Hour School Week, written by this amazing family who just by chance had to do school at home for a couple of weeks. And these were traditional people who really believed in the system. You go to school, you listen to your teacher, get good grades, go to college, get a job. But what they found was not only shocking, but it changed their lives. They were able to teach their daughter everything she had to know in 1 hour a day. She was in elementary school at the time. Not only that, but her daughter was actually doing better. And the biggest benefit was the time it freed up to do ancillary things. They adopted this philosophy of following their daughter's interest. And she would go on to become a successful entrepreneur when she was only a teenager. Because all of a sudden, cooking and gardening and field trips became amazing opportunities for learning. And that's what homeschool families understand, that you don't need that much time for formal education, which leaves so much more time for less formal things that your children love, they look forward to. So you take a kindergarten child, they do their morning chores, learn about the days of the week, check the weather, go over my planet, my continent, my country, my address, trace their letters, practice their writing, play a fun vowel game, learn about the body, play some dice math, and learn about money. And that's just one workbook that could be done in an hour. Just imagine the fun things you could do with them the rest of the day. Check out my private homeschool community.
That's so cool. If it really works, I love it. An hour? Perfect. Now, since that's the last video, there's always something I need to do before we say goodbye. Most important information I can ever share with you is about Jesus. That's it. And it's a free gift of salvation. You know, you don't got to pay anything for it. Nothing like that. All right. He's here to help. He loves us so much. He really is here to help. And he loves us all so much, like that second clip to the last. You know, he even wants us praying for those bad people. You know what I mean? So I do. I've mentioned before, I do for a lot of the people, or even different celebrities. And then some people in chat, I can't believe you do. It's like, no, man. We can have different views, but yeah, I've always believed. You know, pray for everyone. And, you know, you'll be led to pray for people. Listen to it. You know, I do. But enough about me. Because God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. Beautiful. Most assuredly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. So accepting that free gift of salvation through Jesus, his beautiful sacrifice, that blood that covers all your sins, past, present, and future, seals your soul till your day of redemption. That's what it's all about. You know, it covers all, but you've got to go through the Son to get to the Father, if you will. And that's it. This world offers so many other options. And I know you don't want to be a bad person, and everyone's religion's nice, and everyone's nice. And no, we're far beyond that. Getting in real dangerous territory, you know, real prophecies playing out. Craziest parts of the Bible, scariest parts, for real, are coming. I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm just trying to tell you the truth. And I've been saying this for a long time. Romans 10:13, whoever calls on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Romans 10:9-10, a favorite. That if you confess with your mouth the Lord Jesus and believe in your heart that God has raised him from the dead, you will be saved. For with the heart one believes unto righteousness, and with the mouth confession is made unto salvation. So confess with your mouth, you know, Lord Jesus, please save me, however you want to put it. You know, but confess you believe, you trust, and then make sure it's in your heart. You know, just know he's the creator, came here in the flesh, lived a perfect life, perfect example that we'll never achieve, died a brutal death, was buried, resurrected 3 days later, ascended to heaven, and he's coming back for his bride, which is us. Okay, so please choose wisely, my friend. That's my spiel. Say a prayer too. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for this wonderful family, this wonderful group we have here, not just live, but those that listen later. And just thanks for the whole thing. Thanks for the fact I still get to be here. Thanks for all the wonderful people that support the work, sharing it, you know, all that. Prayers, all that. So thanks for all the wonderful people. And in the platforms, of course, Father, thanks for places where we can meet up like this. And I just, you know, pray you continue to protect us all and protect these platforms. And thank you. And just thanks for everything you provide, Father. You know, please help to give us a heart with an attitude of gratitude. And just to remember, that we know it's all about what you did for us. So thank you. And we love you, Lord. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right. Close that down. Let's jump over here to the chat. Like I said, man, it's going to be a busy weekend. We're not done yet. There we go. So tomorrow, new video tomorrow, later in the day. And then another new video. Hey, thanks, Dudley. Thanks, Rakita, Elmer, L. Ivy. Thank you, guys. But new video tomorrow. And then another new video later on this week, Thursday or Friday. That'll be up. Thanks, Chris and Mr. McCoy. Chris, L. Ivy, thank y'all. They're showing up right now for me. But thank you. Lucia. New video tomorrow, new video Thursday or Friday, and then I'll post up a live show for next Friday sometime later this week. So good reason to follow and subscribe, Star. Please do, and thank you for those who do, of course. Thanks for the members here on YouTube. Very much thank you. And, the Uncensored show on Mondays. So, still got content the next couple days, guys. So we'll see you in the video tomorrow, and then we'll hang out again on Monday if you're able. And then just thanks again, of course, for watching those shows later. And for those that watch these shows later, thank you. And that's it, man. Hey, good to see everyone. You guys have a wonderful weekend. Always a pleasure hanging out with you. Thanks again, Tamara. Love you all in Christ. And y'all have a good one, man. I'll see you tomorrow in the video. Thanks. Take care.